An excellent story, outstanding dialogue, charming characters, atmosphere-enhancing music, and Malevola. Dispatch is one of the best games I've played in a while. It really is so good that I can't help but want to talk about it. It made me laugh out loud, I got genuine anxiety during certain choices, and more importantly, it made me feel good and put a real smile on my face more than a few times. However, when it ended, I had a kind of feeling I couldn't really explain. Something hollow in the pit of my stomach, maybe a fear that some of the characters weren't who I thought they were, or maybe something else. So I decided I'm going to make a video diving deeply into the story of the game. Dispatch shares a soul with many of the Telltale games of the past, offering not only great characters, but a great way to connect with those characters. You can really feel like you're a part of the story in a way many games aren't able to pull off. While I personally love its management simulation aspects, you don't need to appreciate management sims to appreciate how fucking good Ad Hoc is at telling Dispatch's story. See, I like the game. Hell, I loved it. It was an episodic release that came out every Wednesday at 9 a.m. Pacific time, and I was refreshing my Steam page over and over like an addict looking for his fix, up until they released it. So what was the feeling in the pit of my stomach as the credits rolled? Well, I actually wasn't able to answer that question after a single playthrough, or two, or three. And actually, I don't know how many times I played the game before figuring it out. And so, in order to help you figure it out with me, I'm going to go over the entirety of Dispatch. I'm going to talk about character motivations, revelations, and resolutions. If you couldn't guess, there will be spoilers. If somehow you found this without playing the game, watching Let's Plays, or getting spoiled on X, for the love of God, go play this game. It's so good, and I really don't want to ruin it for you. That being said, let's get into it. The game starts with the main character, Mecha Man, laying on the floor talking about his strained relationship with his father. It seems like he's talking to a therapist, but in reality, he's talking to a henchman of the man who killed his father. The scene takes place right after a fight, which he won. Also, the casualness in which he's talking with the guy he has tied up and blindfolded in the apartment room is indicative of the main character's, well, character. He talks with him openly and honestly about his relationship with his father, and while that might not seem like a lot, it is. Many of you may not know this, but most people actually have a lot of trouble talking with criminals as if they're people. A lot of people see them as something different from them fundamentally. If you've ever known someone or have ever been someone who's even been suspected of committing a crime, you'll know this. And I want you to understand this because it's important for one of, if not the most important themes throughout the game. And that theme is the struggle to believe someone who has done evil can ever be good again. Mecha Man talking to a villain like a person shows he believes on some fundamental level that a villain is a person who can be talked to, and not just talked to, but shared intimate information with. He doesn't see him just as an animal to be locked away. We also get to see one more step into Mecha Man's psyche because he threatens to drop the guy off a fucking balcony shortly after speaking with him so openly. Now, this kind of actually blurs the line between hero and villain, but it will get him the results he wants. And that is the location of the villain who killed his father, Shroud. At this point, you can either drop him off the balcony or pick him back up, which seems like a very different set of options. But if you do drop him, you'll find out that Mecha Man put his mattress in the trash outside his balcony so that even if he did drop him, the henchman wouldn't die. While it's pretty early to break down a lot, this actually gives us more insight into our main character. While at first glance it would seem like, oh, he did that to scare the guy. I think that's true, but there's a bit more nuance to it than that. See, while the obvious choice is to pull the guy up once you have the information, that's also the obvious choice if we don't get the information. That's because when the mattress is in the trash, there's actually no reason to drop him. Like, period. The reason the mattress would have been put in there in the first place wouldn't be so that we could drop him. It would have been so that if the guy struggles too much during the interrogation, he doesn't die because Mecha Man couldn't hold on to him. I say that because if we do release him, that's it. There's no way to make him talk after that. He revealed he's not actually willing to kill him, so the threat of violence is no longer present. So the fact that you can still drop him afterwards shows us that Mecha Man isn't really a true good kind of person. Dropping him is some villain shit. It's funny, but it's not not the hero thing to do. What's most important though is that whether or not you choose to drop him, the other option will always have been inside of him, which shows that even if you act like a hero, doing something that could brand you as a villain is always just one choice away. Anyway, with that information, Mecha Man goes to Shroud's lair. He fights through several henchmen hacking into their system to find the exact location of Shroud. When he finally ends up reaching where Shroud is supposed to be, he instead finds the man he was just interrogating in his apartment, who goes on to mock him about his dead father he had just been talking so intimately about. After further discourse seems irrelevant, we end the conversation. That leads to us fighting him in our mecha suit, and even though we just kicked a bunch of guys' asses, it suddenly feels a little less important now, because if Toxic can fight us in our mecha suit, then how did we win a fist fight with him before? Whether you understand this consciously or subconsciously, what it means is that Shroud wanted us here. While Mecha Man goes on to show great prowess as a hero fighting off several villains all at once, all of it begins to feel useless when we're finally face to face with Shroud. Feels like nothing we've done until now has been something outside of his plans. It feels like he knows everything we're going to do, and this is reinforced when we're frantically trying to get out of the area, and he almost correctly guesses the exact percentage power we have left in our shields. So while Mecha Man celebrates as he escapes and Shroud's gang nonchalantly wraps up, we as the player are left with a sense of dread, because nothing has felt right about this since Toxic was revealed to have been toying with us from the beginning, and all our suspicions are realized when Mecha Man is blown right out of the sky. In those first few opening minutes, we learned many things, but most importantly of all is that the main antagonist of the story, Shroud, is not to be fucked with. Everything we've seen up to the explosion has seemingly been a part of his plans. While it would appear Mecha Man is in a league of his own, fighting, by my count, 5 people with superpowers, maybe another dozen or so juiced up henchmen, ordinarily, it's clear Mecha Man is pretty fucking amazing. But what's also clear is that to Shroud, he's just another obstacle, which gives us some scope as to what we need to overcome, because with the suit, we couldn't even come close to getting the advantage over Shroud. But as we find out very quickly, we don't even have that any longer. That's because in a news broadcast in the next scene, the damage done to Mecha Man's suit is out of his capability to fix. During this broadcast, we learn about Mecha Man's past and the Mecha Man mantle. There have been 3 Mecha Mans, all without powers, all working to protect the city they love, and all dying in service of that city, all except the current Mecha Man, at least not yet. This is our character's past and was almost his present, but he survived that explosion and the fall. He may have been in a coma for a few months, but he survived, and the people want to know what he's been up to, so he holds a press conference. During this press conference, we talk to 3 different reporters, and in these 3 reporters, we get to see the different pressures placed on a superhero like Mecha Man. The first is the love of the people, and while this love is sweet, it can also be suffocating. The knowledge that you let someone who believes in you down is often much harder than dealing with the backlash of someone who hates you. The second pressure is the logical kind. Am I doing a good job? Can they count on me to be there? Or are you donezo? This is the reality of being a hero. It's neither good nor bad, it just is. Did you succeed? Did you fail? Your best might be all that you can give, but the reality is sometimes, like in the case with Shroud, your best isn't good enough, and it may never be. The final pressure is the negative kind, the haters. While there will always be people who love what you do, and people who can appreciate the good you do, whether they like you or not, there will always be the people who hate what you do. While the reporter is an absolute shithead, he does represent a very real aspect of not just hero life, but everyday life. Whether it's actual people who hate you or just your own inner monologue critiquing your every move, dealing with negativity like this reporter is something you need to be able to do. And while you can sit here and say, this guy's obviously a fucking shithead asshole, that doesn't mean that any reaction to him we have is free from critique. These 3 pressures aren't only the pressures that Mecha Man has to deal with, it's the pressures that every person who uses their powers is going to have to deal with. And how they deal with these pressures will dictate their life, and whether or not they end up being called a hero, a villain, or never being called anything at all. And that's reinforced in how you deal with this dickhead of a reporter. Are you heroic and in the face of adversity, hold your head up high, facing your problems head on? Are you the kind of person who just walks away, either judging it not worth your time and maybe maybe that you're not worth the time? Or are you the kind of person who can't rise above these pressures? The kind of person whose response to a mean question is force. The exact kind of action a villain would take. Not that making a single bad choice automatically makes you a villain. Even though it's not strictly the hero thing to do, that doesn't mean it's automatically the villain thing to do. In fact, if you do beat the shit out of that reporter, everyone seems to cheer you on. But they could have just as easily thought you were a monster. And if you handle harsh words with fists and kicks, it won't be long before you need to be stopped yourself. But that's the point, isn't it? While heroic and villainous are often considered antonyms, they're really not. That Mecha Man could kick the shit out of a reporter and get cheered on shows that what ends up making someone a villain is, well, complicated. Taking the bad path once doesn't necessarily make you a villain. It's how you're perceived when you take the path by the people around you that ultimately dictates whether you're a hero or a villain. Whatever you end up doing, Mecha Man will be watching the fallout outside of a TV store. He gets interrupted though, as some thugs break in and start stealing all of the TVs. Having not yet lost the will to be a superhero, he ends up fighting all 5 of them at once with a broken arm. And while it's better than I could do, he's not on the same operating capacity he was when he broke into Shroud's base and ends up on his back getting his shit beat in. That is, until the assailants start getting picked off one by one. Once the bad guys have been tossed aside, we meet the beautiful blonde Blazer. She's just about as perfect, TM, a woman as there could ever be. Blonde hair, blue eyes, bright red lipstick, and a literal fucking aura. She's hot. You might disagree, but fuck you, you're wrong. Not only does she have the looks, Blonde Blazer is really fucking strong. She made quick and easy work of those 5 thugs, a real superhero. However, whether it's a credit to her humility or our reputation, she considers us the real superhero and herself just a hero for hire. And not only does she save us from getting curb stomped, not only does she relocate our dislocated arm, she also decides to ask us out for a drink. We end up inside a hero bar where we start becoming better acquainted with Blonde Blazer. Talking with her in this bar is a stark contrast to the rest of the game up until now. Besides the fact that we're talking to a drop dead knockout 10 out of 10 babe. This is the first time since the story started that it actually feels okay to let our guard down for a minute. So far, we've had a henchman hostage, broke into a secret hideout, almost losing our lives in the process, attending a hostile press conference, and finally getting into a 5v1 with one arm literally tied behind our back. In this bar, though, the only tension we feel is the sexual kind. This conversation serves as a second first impression to both Blazer and Mecha Man, because while we've seen them both in action, this is the first time we get to see them be people. And the first thing Blazer does is get embarrassed because her buzz causes her to make a joke about tasting different colored dicks. We also learn that her powers protect her from things that might hurt her, like alcohol. She explains that she has to drink more than a normal person to feel anything. The symbolism of that statement isn't something I need to guess at either, as Mecha Man will draw attention to how that's a sad sentence. However, the full extent of what her powers cost her isn't something we learn right now, but feels like we may learn over time. However, the benefits are there, and it's the overwhelming force of those benefits that make her even more impressed that Mecha Man has been able to do everything he's done up until now without any powers at all. But just like her powers seem to have a cost, so do Mecha Man's. She learns that maintaining the mecha suit cost him millions. This seems to genuinely surprise her in a way she wasn't expecting, leading to the obvious question of why. A question we are able to answer, but no matter what answer you pick, there isn't a good answer to the question, how did you waste millions? So instead of lingering on it, she uses this as an opportunity to let us know that she has a proposition she'd like to make with us. As Mecha Man imagines what kind of proposition a beautiful woman like her could be making with him in a bar like this, he ends up taking a sip of the wrong drink and spitting it directly into Blazer's open mouth. Kinky. While she goes to clean herself off, we get to meet an old acquaintance of Mecha Man's, Flambe. He says it best.
I control the fire.
The fire?
And the flame. And my skin does not burn. I am Flambe.
It would appear Flambe is a man who used to be a villain that Mecha Man took down back when he was in his prime. But now Flambe's become a hero. But it's not an apology or a thank you that he has for us now that he's turned over a new leaf. It's a grudge. Really, this goes to show that even in a bar surrounded by heroes, Mecha Man still can't let his guard down. After we extinguish the situation or don't, he ends up getting his ass handed to him, mostly due to his own incompetence, and for some fucking reason, the bartender kicks us out of the bar. Like, why? No fucking idea, but that's what happens. Anyway, Blonde Blazer meets us outside after observing whatever the aftermath of our tussle is, and decides it's time for a venue change. So she grabs us tight and takes us on a flight through the night sky. This flight served as, at least for me, a window into the world I hadn't yet gotten. Up until now, every place we'd been has in one way or another been tied directly to Mecha Man and him being a hero. This isn't. This is just a nice flight through the city. We see people, beautiful sights, with a beautiful companion. And while not obvious at first, she also sneaks a couple of glances at you too. She ends up bringing us to a billboard where we have a nice view of the Hollywood sign and we can look out over the town. In this romantic location, we can thank her for what she's done or apologize for spitting into her mouth. But no matter what you do, she says, "Don't worry about it, Robert Robertson." And this was, at least for me, a bit of an intense moment. Until this point, we don't know what Mecha Man's name is. In fact, if you choose to attack the asshole reporter, it's understood that no one knows what Mecha Man's name is. So while the game doesn't have some intense beat drop to let us know we're in danger, my danger alarms went off as she said this. I don't really think the tension was intentional, but the next few seconds were intense all the same, at least for me, the player, if not for Mecha Man himself. That being said, before she reveals how she knows our secret identity, she wants us to reveal how we got such a stupid fucking name, in which Robert goes on to explain that his name is a legacy, and along with the mantle of being Mecha Man, it has been passed down from generation to generation. This leads to a tender moment where she expresses reluctance to share her own origin story, but says she wants to in the future. She then tenderly scooches closer to us and removes our mask, where we are given the first real choice of the game. While she is close to us, we can either kiss her or let the moment pass. And for all you fucking nerds out there who are worried about dumb shit, I'm going to say right now that if you like her, you should kiss her, because she wants to be kissed here. And you're going to find out why, because I'm going to break down this choice like many other major choices we'll be facing later in the game. This is one of the least significant choices in the game, but it's still important, at least to me, because Blonde Blazer is hot and I want to kiss her. So why do I think, with everything we know up until now, kissing Blonde Blazer is a good choice? That's because she wants us to kiss her. Bold fucking words, I know, but let's look at the night so far. It's important to remember that you, the player, know why Blonde Blazer is here. You know she's a part of the Superhero Dispatch Network, you know this game is named Dispatch, and you have some knowledge that Robert doesn't. With that knowledge, you might overlook Blonde Blazer's obvious flirting, how she sneaks a peek at Robert when she's flying, gloss over her calling it a date in certain dialogue options, ignore her staring lovingly into Robert's eyes for a good 5 fucking seconds before breaking away. That's because you're working backwards from a conclusion. The conclusion that she's here to recruit Robert and not taking evidence and signals she's given Robert to make a conclusion. Now, if you kiss her, she acts embarrassed and regretful, and you may take that as proof that she didn't want you to kiss her. That is wrong. She's regretful that she wanted you to kiss her, as she has the exact same way if you don't kiss her, meaning she's only acting that way because she regrets wanting the kiss. There is a difference. And you might ask, well, why does she regret wanting Robert to kiss her? Well, there are reasons we can talk about later. The immediate reason is because she didn't ask Robert out for a date, purely for romantic reasons. In fact, she didn't ask him out for a date at all, even though that's what it kind of became. She asked Robert out because she has a business proposition for him, and she regrets letting romantic feelings get so intricately intertwined before she's even able to make her business proposition. The proposition is what I was saying you already know, that she wants Robert to join SDN as a dispatcher. He has a large amount of experience to draw from, and with that, he can utilize SDN's heroes in a way that helps them reach their full potential. The payment would be that SDN would work to help make Mecha Man Mecha again. Whether you choose to be hurt that she's been overly flirtatious just for a business offer, or choose to be excited that there's still a way to fix the mecha, the reality is that Robert is more Mecha Man than he is Robert. Robert. With no mecha, an arm in a sling, and being outnumbered 5-1, he still couldn't help but be Mecha Man. So SDN is the only choice. But first, Blazer needs to test how we do as a dispatcher. This is the management simulation part of the game. While the management simulator does have important story elements to it occasionally, this one is just a tutorial, not only to us, but to Robert as well. The only story element in this tutorial is that these 6 heroes are the A team of the hero world. They're some of the best heroes out there for the best branch of SDN in all of LA. And with such powerful heroes, it's actually really fucking hard to do poorly at it. I tried a few times and it was like my 6th try I finally bombed it. Anyway, no matter how we do, when we finish, we find that Blonde Blazer has fallen asleep on our shoulder. After we wake her, she tells us to swing by the office tomorrow, and she says,
I'm not done saving you yet.
Robert then goes back to his apartment, showing he is a cute, fat little dog, as well as showing that the mecha is in shambles. Even in this dreary place, though, Robert expresses some level of hope because
I met a nice lady. She wants to help us out.
Then the credits roll for the episode. Overall, this episode showed us more than anything how much of a toll the title of Mecha Man has taken on the entire Robertson's family. That even in the first place Robert was able to actually relax and let his guard down, there was a villain from his past waiting to kick his ass. His dreary apartment, his signature I just got the shit beaten out of me look, and really the turning point in his life seems to be when he meets Blonde Blazer. She's a good contrast to him. She shares an almost identical color scheme to him, with the exception of the red crystal in her chest. But their lives couldn't seem more different, at least from what we've seen. She seems genuinely happy and bubbly when Robert's more sarcastic and apathetic. She has incredible superpowers making him famous. He has no powers and is a bit infamous. What he does seem to have is a broken mecha suit. But now that she's bringing him into her world, the question is, will his world get better or will her world get worse? Episode 2 starts out with a commercial for the SDN subscription service. It shows Phenomenon, one of the heroes we got to manage in the management simulation tutorial, reading out lines from a teleprompter like an absolute fucking dickwad. The tutorial, this commercial, and the billboard we sat on with Blonde Blazer all make it seem like Phenomenon is a pretty big fucking deal. And while he's not great at reading lines, he's likely a heavy hitter when it comes to being a superhero. The juxtaposition between him effortlessly lifting a giant boulder off of the car, yet still struggling to read/remember his lines, tells us a lot about the capabilities of this character and his weaknesses. But the commercial is short-lived, and when it's over, we find ourselves in a lobby room, presumably at the SDN office the next day, where we're supposed to meet Blonde Blazer. Instead, we get to meet this, gentleman who appears to be a Phenomena fan. And I mean, to put it bluntly, he's a fucking doofus. He struggles to finish his sentences, he can't tie a tie, and he's waiting out in the lobby with us. Robert ends up helping him tie his tie as he tells us a story. His powers are to make things moist, and he goes by the moniker of Waterboy. However, we don't learn much more about him because while he's talking, Flambe walks through the door at that exact moment. And if last night's run-in is anything to go by, if he sees us, he's not going to be very happy, especially after the souvenir he received, or I guess lost. Robert ends up hiding from him using Waterboy's head, in honestly a position that's uncomfortably close to Waterboy. Flambe showing up is almost an immediate reminder that if you thought SDN would make Robert feel safer than he was on the outside world, something dangerous is still always around the corner. And even here, Robert is going to have to be on his toes, because at any point someone he crossed as Mecha Man could recognize him here in the Den of Heroes. That being said, while he's hiding from Flambe, Waterboy gets close enough to recognize his mask and the fact that we're Mecha Man. He apparently is not as big a fan of Mecha Man as Phenomenon, because all he says when he sees us is,
You're dead.
And
You look small or different in person.
however, luckily for us, we get whisked away out of this awkward conversation thanks to Blonde Blazer, making good on her promise that she was not done saving us yet. She's less flirtatious today and much more business focused. Well, to a point. She shoves us into a meeting room and tells us to get undressed. However, it's for a point, I guess. They don't have changing rooms, apparently. Like I said before, with Flambe entering the lobby, there is a potential for someone from his past to recognize him. So, contrary to what Robert may have expected, he's not going to be here as Mecha Man, he's going to be here as Robert. and that gives him a sense of inadequacy. Like I said in the last episode, he was going to take the dispatch job no matter what, because his entire life relies on him being Mecha Man. He had to take this job, and it's the only way he could continue to be Mecha Man, and in order to be Mecha Man, Robert has to be just Robert. We don't get to dwell on the reality of that for very long because Robert's about to get naked. And two things happen during that moment. The first is that we get to see Blonde Blazer is fucking thirsty to see Robert naked. Like, damn, girl, calm down. While she's not particularly impressed with his physique, she still, takes a look. The other more important thing that isn't really addressed is, damn, dude, look at these scars. This is visual storytelling. Cuts, bullet wounds, stab wounds, burns, claw marks, missing a part of his ear. These are battle scars. These scars don't come from piloting a mech. They come from combat outside of it. When I talked about Robert being a badass when he was moving through Shao's warehouse, I meant it. But these scars show us that the skills he was showing are only a fraction of what he might be able to do. The thing that gave him these scars didn't kill him, and in all likelihood is in jail, or worse, because of Robert. It makes a bit more sense why Blonde Blazer thought he was the real deal when they met. Speaking of when they met, Blonde Blazer wants to apologize to him about that. She lets us know that it was a mistake and that she can go into all the complications of that mistake another time. We can respond any number of ways, but personally I stand by what I said before, and whether you kiss her or not, she will still say this, again leading me to believe that she regrets being so into us last night, not kissing us. While we're discussing this though, through a lucky happenstance, Robert discovers that there's an eavesdropper in the room with them. The invisible dropper of Eves runs headfirst into a locked door, falling onto the ground. Enter Invisigal. This scene says a lot about this character, so we're going to cover it in detail. First, we learn that Invisigal is part of the Phoenix program, a program that takes villains and works to rehabilitate them to use their powers for good. We also learn that we will be dispatching for her team. We can talk more about that as a whole later because I want to dissect this scene and what it says about Invisigal. First, Invisigal got here before we did and made sure she was using her powers, and Blonde Blazer is surprised. That actually has several implications that are not immediately apparent. The first implication is that she knew we were coming, meaning that when she saw Blonde Blazer walking with a superhero, she wanted to be there for it. While you could attribute this to a classic misbehavior, something we will learn later is that Invisigal's team goes through dispatchers almost every other day. So for this to be the first time Invisigal is caught means that in all likelihood, this is the first time she's ever sat in on one of those meetings, which means more likely than she was just messing with a new dispatcher, she was interested in Mecha Man. What's more, she has Blonde Blazer's earrings. Now, there are one of two implications that go with this. The first is that they were roommates, and Invisigal stole them from Blonde Blazer's room beforehand. We will find out later that Invisigal does have a roommate, so it's not impossible that Blonde Blazer is that roommate, and she took it from their shared apartment. I have a bit of a different theory though. We will eventually see Blonde Blazer getting dressed to go to a gala, and in this scene we will see her grab her earrings and put them on. I think Invisigal saw Mecha Man and Blonde Blazer, knew that he was going to be the dispatcher, and in order to make herself look a bit sexier to Mecha Man, went into Blonde Blazer's office, took the earrings, put them on before hiding out in the conference room. I mean, she says it herself.
Well, it looked better on me.
However, that's not all this scene has shown us. It's shown us that she has asthma, as well as a sassy attitude. You can see that because she almost never looks at Blonde Blazer when she's talking, an obvious sign of defiance. When she does look at someone, that someone is usually Robert, and she's making several jokes about his
washed up dad bod.
And
Look at that trip. What does that look? Best Buy Fight Club? Fucking hot.
all of it is just to diffuse the situation of her getting caught spying on this meeting. Also, because Mecha Man's identity is supposed to be a secret, this gives us another person who isn't Blonde Blazer that will be treating us not as Robert, but potentially as Mecha Man. Eventually she leaves, and Blonde Blazer tells us that Invisigal is at the bottom of their weekly rankings. We also learn that she called herself Invisibitch when she was a villain.
Fucking hot.
Anyway, Blonde Blazer walks us through the office, telling us generally about SDN, how the branch rat isn't the highest profile branch, but they have the magic sauce. That is great people. And yeah, they do. We get to meet a couple of side characters like Lana and Florida Man, but besides that, the only real insight we get is that Blonde Blazer is actually just a summer child. They have something called the 3 Ds of SDN, and Blonde Blazer called them triple Ds without understanding that that's what you would call her. Next, we head to the bathroom, and in the bathroom we meet another important character, Royd. Royd is built like a brick shithouse and oozes charisma. However, when Robert asks if his name is Royd, as in steroid, he goes off on a tangent. This is a bit of an odd scene because it actually makes him seem a bit thick, which we'll find out later he's actually quite smart, but hearing that his nickname might come from the fact that people think he uses steroids gets him down, but only for a little bit. However, when we're on our way out, he bounces back and lets it slide that he knows we're Mecha Man. My first thought in this moment was Invisigal has loose fucking lips, and it seems like Robert is somewhat on the same page because he panics a bit and questions if everyone in the office knows who he is. And again, it's not something that's brought up explicitly, but his reaction to one person knowing the truth of his identity is to check under the stalls to see if anyone else heard and then interrogate that person who knows it. This reaction, as well as all of the scars on Robert's body, are painting a picture that Robert really is the fucking real deal, even if we don't know the whole story yet. Royd assures us that the information is on a need-to-know basis, and he needs to know. Likely he was just messing with Robert because of the steroid comment. Like I said, oozing charisma. Once this is over, Robert heads to the record room where he will meet a tiny old black man who immediately hugs Robert. If you're like me, you'll assume that this is Trackstar. However, while I believed it was Trackstar, Robert does not. He finds out it is Trackstar, but the reason he didn't realize it was because Trackstar has aged considerably. Apparently, his superpower ability lets him move 50 times faster than a normal person, but he ages as if he was moving normal speed and the rest of the world was just moving slower. This is more of a side note, but I think that means he likely doesn't have a super speed power. He has a time control power, a type of power that lets him slow down time for the entire world besides just him. It's never explored in the story, but that's what I think it is. This also goes further to show that almost no powers seem to come without a cost. Chase has lost his youth, Robert's family has lost their lives, and while Blonde Blazer seems perfect, and there are parts of her that are, there are hints that her powers have cost something too. It's going to be a recurring theme as we move on, but this is one of the actual worst versions of powers costing something tangible. However, that's not important right now. What is important is this guy's the funniest fucking dude in the game. Chase almost always makes me laugh when he's being funny, and it really is just great comedy. It's there to mask an extreme fear of old age, but hey, you know what they say.
We joke, we laugh, we suppress our trauma.
But now that we've met our old friend, emphasis on old,
That one stung a little.
it's time to get introduced to our new team. While this isn't our first formal meeting with all of them, I'm going to spend an extra bit of time on some of them to discuss what their chart means. To a lot of you, some of the conclusions I'm going to make might seem like I'm putting too much thought into it. And you're right. What the fuck do you think this entire video is? I'm putting way too much thought into the entire game. I'm a fucking psycho who analyzes these games as much as I possibly can. But that doesn't mean I'm wrong. Anyway, the first we get to see is Sonar, a bat hybrid who is addicted to a variety of controlled substances and has committed a series of drug and white-collar related crimes. He's incredibly intelligent and charismatic, but will occasionally morph into a bat monster who loses all of his intelligence and charisma. The cause of this metamorphosis is unknown, but it's likely tied to intense emotions, as he will swap after every mission, whether it be success or failure, as well as swapping during highly emotional times in the story. Now, it's important to look at his power and understand what it means for him as a person, not just a superhero. The more he focuses solely on intelligence and social skills as his humanoid form, the dumber and stronger he becomes when he changes into Megabat, because his stats completely flip from one to the other. We'll talk about this more later, but based on how he's built, I would guess that he doesn't like being Megabat. There are a lot of layers why I think that might be the case, but the main reason is because he's highly business intelligent, and in order to effectively use that business intelligence, he'd need to have a high-stress position as a high-ranking executive inside of a company. A high-stress position would cause him to become the dumb bat monster more often, effectively making him unhireable for any position that would be fulfilling enough to use his vast intelligence. I mean, his intelligence has nothing to do with his powers as a superhero. His power only serves to hinder what he could do as a regular person. Next, we have Flambe, who we've already met, someone whose powers are that of fire. Fire fire is dangerous. And while
My skin does not burn.
he cannot control all fires completely,
Sorry.
what that means is if he ever uses his power for any reason, he puts everyone at a high risk. While it might be easy to say he just shouldn't use his powers then, moments ago Chase literally said,
I would resurrect then re-kill your fucking father in front of you if it meant being able to use my powers again.
so for these heroes, the use of their powers is a part of them. I think Flambe is the perfect example of what I talked about earlier during the press conference. When faced with a situation, you can do the right thing that doesn't feel good, do nothing, or do the wrong thing that feels right. I think Flambe likely made a mistake using his powers one too many times and decided to just embrace doing the wrong thing over and over again. This isn't me excusing his past actions, but if you look at his crimes knowing he uses fire, besides arson, he only has assault and vandalism, which very likely could just be directly tied to the arson. However, what is not directly tied to him at all is first or second degree murder, which some people on the team will have, which means he's never lost so much control that the fires have cost someone else their life, which shows a level of control, hopefully meaning he will be able to gain redemption. Next, we have the beautiful and sexy Invisigal. While some things we know, others we don't. For one, she wasn't arrested. She turned herself in on the condition that they didn't ask any questions. We also have an image of when she turned herself in, which shows that she had a black eye. Finally, we learn that she can only become invisible while holding her breath. And if you look at the picture, she's smoking a cigarette. And as the inhaler showed us before, that does not bode well. There will be a better time to talk about her relationship with her powers in the future, but I think like Sonar, she doesn't like them. Next, we have Coupe. She's also one of the highly intelligent members of the team, and so far we only know two things about her. She's an assassin and she uses darkness to fight. That darkness will allow her to fly and create weapons, and paired with her superhuman accuracy, she's the full assassin package. We will have met her previously with Flambe, but the most we saw her do is flirt with us and laugh at Flambe.
That is.
Without more information to go on, there's not much to say about her. It's also important to note that she is charged with first-degree murder, meaning she was a successful assassin. Next, we have Punch-Up, one of my favorite characters. His story is that he was enchanted by a witch to have massive muscles, but it came at the cost of the rest of him getting smaller. His abilities are that he cannot feel pain, and that's on top of his body being incredibly durable. He's also superhumanly strong and can control the density of things. He's likely a villain because killing someone would be incredibly easy for him, and he wasn't born with his powers. In a regular one-on-one fight, it's much easier to kill someone than you might ever imagine. One wrong hit and that someone's never getting back up. Now imagine if you gave someone with a penchant for public intoxication and getting into bar fights the strength of 10 men. The point is, he's not that smart, as you'll have seen in your previous encounter with him.
You're literally fanning the flames right now.
Shit, yeah, you're right. Anybody got a rug?
So I wouldn't be surprised if the first man he killed was an accident.
You gotta drop and roll, lad.
Who knows, they might have all been. Next, we have the hottest babe of the bunch, Malevola. She's absolutely hot as fuck. Like, goddamn, she's fire. Girl, you're a tall glass of water in a hot summer. What's that? Oh, right, the video. Where was I? Oh yeah, Malevola. She's, well, a half demon. She's got the ability to take on other people's wounds, create portals to go places instantaneously, and absorb others' life force. I mean, really, her powers aren't the main reason she's a villain. It's hinted at lightly that she is a literal demon.
If he dies, he'll be taken care of. That I can promise. How do you know? I just did. Trust me. Girl, what the fuck even are you?
But even if she wasn't, her looks would make other people think she was, and that means that people who consort with demons would go directly to her, and usually the kind of people who consort with demons aren't often up to anything good. That, and her ability to open portals in almost anywhere, seems like the perfect power to, oh, I don't know, rob a fucking bank. After that, we have Golem. He's an artificial construct, which means he was created. And he's one of the least villainous villains of the bunch. His first crime is aiding and abetting, and that is almost 100% related to helping whoever created him. Golem would have likely had no scope of what he should or should not be doing other than helping the person who created him. His other two crimes are disturbing the peace and vandalism. And honestly, I could see him getting both of those just by being an 8-foot construct made of mud. Him even being considered a villain at all is just kind of wild, considering I can't imagine he had much of a choice. Lastly, we have Prism. I mean, there's not really much to say about her besides she's a pop star. Adult, drug possession, DUI, tax evasion, like I said, a pop star. Not much deeper to go on than that. She's probably the least affected by her powers of the bunch. While every person before Prism has some kind of way that their powers fed into their crimes they committed, Prism's really don't. This isn't me shitting on her, it's just her powers don't reinforce her crimes. With the information on her card, it would be a stretch to make any of her crimes fit directly in with her powers, so I'm not going to. But that being said, that's the Phoenix program, or the Z team, our team. These are the heroes Robert is going to dispatch, and it's up to us to put their powers to good use, so that they can start on the path of rehabilitation. Once we're finished looking over the files, Blonde Blazer will wish us good luck with a nice arm squeeze, which Chase thinks that's a bit odd, further reinforcing to the player, if they're thick in the head, that yes, Blonde Blazer is into Robert, and even the people of the universe can see it. Once that moment is over, it's time for our first dispatch, like right fucking now. That seems a bit sudden for Robert because, well, it is. Chase lets us know that most dispatchers don't make it past their first day with the Z team, so instead of doing a whole bunch of onboarding and wasting time, they just immediately sit us down and get us to work. So Robert introduces himself to the team and...
Hey team, this is your dispatcher, Robert Robertson. I'm starting my first shift.
Tell me that's not your real fucking name, bitch.
Every one of them cracks jokes at his expense, only stopping when Chase steps in and yells at them to
Shut the fuck up!
This scene shows that they have absolutely no respect for you. Like I said, most dispatchers don't make it past the first day, and to them, you're exactly like that. To the point where they start betting on how many days it'll be until you leave, with Golem betting you leave
Friday?
Today's Friday.
I know.
The only person they seem to have any respect for is Chase, or at least they fear him. Chase constantly expresses how he dislikes every single one of them and has absolutely no faith any of them will be more than the villains he knows them to be. And as villains, they probably respond better to that fear than respect, because not one of them makes a single fucking peep when Chase is screaming at them. He lays it on loud and thick and they take it, which allows Robert to actually begin doing his job. As for this dispatch, it can either go smoothly or roughly. I'm not going to cover every single mission because most of them are unimportant. What I will cover from dispatch to dispatch is if there's any specific missions that give insight into specific characters. And for this dispatch, there are two missions that are relatively important for our characters. The first and less important one is for Flambe. During the shift, Flambe's bar fight will be brought up and it will make him mad because everyone fucking clowns on him. He will go to a nearby park and commit arson to let off some steam. If you wait and then send him back out to put it out, as far as I know, this is one of the only superhero power options that fails in the entire game. It just goes to show how his pride and anger went into making him a villain in the first place, and how if he doesn't get control, he might not make it. The second and more important one is a mission to protect the genius billionaire called Vanderstank. Vanderstank is Sonar's idol,
I'm a high-ranking Vanderstanker. It would mean a lot.
and Sonar desperately wants to impress him. So when a mission comes up to protect him, Sonar wants to go. I like this mission because it ties back to what I said before during the introduction with the Z team. Vanderstank is a successful businessman, and Sonar idolizing him means Sonar wants to be in that world. However, it's hard for him, and the way the mission works proves that. What I mean is, when you send Sonar in, you're given 3 different options. The first is tell him a story, make it relatable. This literally cannot fail. So if Sonar gets help from the dispatcher, he will impress Vanderstank no matter what, showing kinda how he needs some guidance to help find his way. The second option, however, is for him to be himself. This can fail, and the only way it fails is if you send Sonar in as Megabat and you haven't increased regular Sonar's vitality at all. It fails because Megabat's charisma will not be high enough to pass this check, showing subtly that being Megabat has actual consequences to his business career. And if that's not enough of a hint for you, if you just wing it, Sonar will take this as do it as Megabat, and it's impossible to complete unless you cheat. Just wing it will cause an auto fail because it requires 10 combat, which means Sonar sonar would need to level 6 times before reaching it, which is impossible. This is the perfect representation that sonar craves to be in the business world, but Megabat is actively working against him with that regard. Besides these 2 missions, the rest of the dispatch is uneventful. That is, until the final mission pops up. The final mission is to go and investigate a B&E at the donut shop, and Invisigal auto-signs herself up, refusing to let anyone else in. That's because this is a story mission, not just another dispatch mission. Once she reaches the donut shop, she asks for us to check in on the scene through the shop's cameras. We look in to see the area's fucked up with Granny laying on the floor, either dead or knocked out. Invisigal's reaction to the scene is first to let us know that
I didn't do this.
and second to ask us what our favorite donut is. I think in this scene, the statement, "I didn't do it," has a bit more meaning to it than it seems. I think if Chase had been the one to go in and see, he likely would have blamed her for the mess right off the bat. He openly dislikes the entire team, and Invisigal most of all. Each one of this team is probably very accustomed to having the worst assumed about them. But focusing back in on a specific scene unfolding in the donut shop, it's interesting that the prospect of there being a potentially dead body in the room doesn't seem to upset her. In fact, she gets fixated on what kind of donut Robert likes, and won't continue the mission until he answers, blaming her ADHD. I think this is a very real reminder of who we're dealing with. I think everyone currently on the team wouldn't have been freaked out by a dead body, and that's a major contrast to the hero we saw in the lobby, Waterboy. This dude looks like he would freak the fuck out in a situation like this. Yet Invisigal is composed enough to make jokes. This shows a level of composure and experience that the people on the Z team have, and even though they're not used to being superheroes, they aren't unfamiliar with the work. That being said, after checking the body, Invisigal finds that Granny is very much still alive, and then Robert decides to change cameras to see if the perp is still there. However, Robert can't get into the next camera as it has extra security. Once we're past it though, we can see the perp trying to break into the safe in the back. Before I talk about what happens next, I'm going to talk about the scenario that's unfolding right here. The way the mission unfolds makes it seem like Granny has more than donuts in his donut shop. I don't understand why someone with this much firepower would be robbing a donut shop in the first place. Not only does he have a lot of firepower, but with that firepower he still can't get into the safe, making me think there's something worth stealing in there. And pairing that with the fact that the cameras had extra security, it made the whole shop seem fishy. Nothing ever comes of it throughout the entire game, but it was still weird to me. Anyway, as we get the guy in view, he gets suspicious about what's going on in front and heads that way. He ends up getting into a fight with Invisigal that we help her through, but it leads to a point where Granny has one of the perp's guns and Robert has to make a call whether Invisigal should take down the perp or disarm Granny. This is a very important choice, and we'll talk about why later. But no matter what you choose, Invisigal does the opposite and the perp gets away. Robert gets very upset that Invisigal disobeys a direct order, and Invisigal thinks the whole thing went down super well. I want to be very clear, while the scene sets up like Invisigal is the bad guy here, she is not. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. Robert, still annoyed that Invisigal didn't listen to him, tells Chase as much. He tells Robert that,
Well, that's the problem. This isn't the army, and these ain't soldiers.
and that is very important. The point of being a dispatcher is not to control the people you are dispatching. It's setting them up to succeed as best as you can. While they can ask for help when they need it, they aren't subservient to Robert. They can choose to go on missions Robert doesn't want them to, but again, we're just about to get to that. Because in order to cool down, Chase gives Robert some cash so he can use on the vending machine. Robert picks out a little snack, and just as he grabs it, this startles him. He gets another, and then
Hey,
poor guy can't even enjoy his Twinks. Now annoyed that he squeezed the cream out of both of his Twinks, still pissed at Invisigal, he begins to chastise Invisigal. Invisigal, on the other hand, Twinks. Invisigal, on the other hand, thinks the mission went great and was actually coming to celebrate. And while neither one of them are right, Robert is more wrong. The reason I say Robert is more wrong is because he thinks that if Invisigal had listened to what he told her to do, everything would have gone well. And in reality, he is wrong. Like I said earlier, Invisigal will do the opposite of what you ask her to do. So you get to essentially see what would have happened if she had listened to you. And both ways end exactly the same. That means Robert actually has no fucking idea what he's talking about when he says it didn't have to end like that. It did. The scene feels like Robert righteously condemning Invisigal's action, but he's not. He's making excuses. While the perp escaping can be attributed to Invisigal not being as skilled as the job required, that doesn't mean it's her fault the perp got away. So Robert being so high and mighty is unwarranted. Invisigal feels that criticism is unwarranted. She thinks that because he had the mecha suit, he doesn't understand what she has to go through in the field. And just to clarify, while it often comes off that Invisigal thinks Robert is just some guy playing a video game, it's not because she has something against Robert specifically. Invisigal truly thinks that it's the powers that make someone a superhero, and she is also wrong. And not just about the powers making someone a hero. I would bet dollars to donuts that if Robert had been the one in the store in her shoes without a mech and without powers, he would have been able to take down that perp. So while Invisigal is wrong about Robert, the fact that Robert would have been able to pull it off is one of the problems Robert has, because Invisigal is not Robert, and he can't treat his team like a team of 8 Roberts. He has to treat them like the people they are, which we'll be getting into in a moment. Look, the point is, this scene is taken from Robert's perspective, and it makes Invisigal look like she fucked up, but she didn't. And Robert needs to be the bigger person here and not take his frustration at the perp getting away out on someone who did their best. One thing Robert will have already said many times in this game is something along the lines of, doing your best is all you can ask for. And Invisigal did her best. And while improvements can be made, it's ridiculous to berate her for honestly a job well done. So when she punches him at the end of the conversation, it's not wholly undeserved. Next, we find ourselves in Blonde Blaze's office discussing the day and how it went. And this entire scene serves to reinforce everything I just said. Both Chase and Blazer think that the day went really well. They call it the best day Z-Team has ever had. And that may not seem like much, but if you fail every single mission, she will still say that, which may seem like failing a day horribly is unplanned for by the devs, but I think what that actually shows is how fucking bad the team has been before you got here. Even with the Granny situation, Blazer is impressed with how well Invisigal did on the mission. Robert can't understand this, but that's because his only benchmark for success is himself, and that's not a fair standard to set. Blazer has seen what the team was before and where they are now, and she's thoroughly impressed. This goes to show why Invisigal thought the mission went so well and was so happy about it. It's not because she doesn't care, it's because they were genuine improvements in herself she was happy with. I think Robert on some level understands this. However, it's not enough. Robert understands that the team might be doing better than they were before, but one of the problems the Z team is facing right now is the burden of low expectations. He thinks the team can do much better than they did today, and he's not wrong in this, but the way he works with them has to change. He can't just be the man behind the scenes. He needs
To see I'm all in, and they need to match that energy.
He's going to get personally invested and hopefully not make the same mistake he just made with Invisigal. And in order to cement that shame he might be feeling, when he goes back to his desk for the day, he finds Waterboy. Waterboy's cleaning the donut that Invisigal smashed onto his computer. Waterboy says that she was very happy and excited when she put the donut there, but for some reason, in a fit of rage, came back and destroyed it, further showing Robert fucked up. He also finds out that Waterboy just got a job to be the SDN's new janitor. Then Blazer comes by to see if we want to walk out together, which of course we do. As we're leaving, we talk about the day, and she wants to take a moment to explain to us why yesterday was a bad idea. Enter Phenomenon. This is a really good scene because depending on whether you kiss Blazer or not changes almost everything in the scene, even though nothing changes in the scene. See, Phenomenon is Blazer's boyfriend. Seemingly one of, if not the most powerful superhero in the universe, is the boyfriend of the person who wanted to kiss you. Whether or not you kissed her doesn't matter so much because, like I said, she wanted you to kiss her. And a lot of guys would have a problem with the guy that their girlfriend wants to kiss them, even if they didn't actually kiss them. If you did kiss her, the change of the scene is small but so impactful. Here's meeting her if you don't kiss her.
Blonde Blazer. Are you ready to go?
And here's meeting him if you do.
Blonde Blazer. Are you ready to go?
God, isn't that fucking cool? That tense music really makes all the difference. But during this conversation with him, something does feel a bit off about him. The way he talks, the way he asks questions. He seems, well, stupid. But something more than that. He seems alien. And well, that's because he is, but we don't know that at the moment. Towards the end, though, he will ask us if we want to go to dinner with him and Blazer after the day went so well, and Blazer really does not want us to go with. If you do, she will be pissed, but either way, it doesn't matter. They'll go without you. And that's how the chapter ends, with your potential love interest being flown through the sky, bridled carried at supersonic speed, on her way to eat sushi in the middle of Tokyo with the strongest hero in the universe, with you standing there with a shirt half tucked in.
Phenomenal.
Poetic, really.
The third episode starts back at Robert's apartment. Royd is loading all of the Mecha Man equipment onto the back of the truck, getting ready to bring it all back to SDN. He's obviously fucking strong, so he's able to sling it with the best of them. But Robert wants Royd to be careful with the equipment. That's actually quite silly when you think about it, because it's obvious the mecha suit can take a major fucking beating. However, Robert is being incredibly protective of the suit because its fate is no longer in his hands, but someone else's. And as Robert says himself,
It is, my whole fucking life.
and we see the physical representation of that, because without the mecha suit, Robert's apartment is completely bare, just like his life. However, one key piece is missing from the suit, and that's the astral pulse. This is a bit of a problem, because the astral pulse is the most important part of the suit, as first shown by Shroud trying to kill you to get it, and now Royd being worried about how things are going to get back up and running without it. We learn it's incredibly important. We also learn more about Robert's father, because Royd has actually met him. Apparently, Royd was part of the Phoenix program way back in the day, and the hero who busted him was Robert's father. And from the meeting, Royd is able to ascertain that while his father likely built the suit, he doesn't believe he built the Astro Pulse. This is further reinforced back in the first episode when Toxic said,
"It was like so much piss."
Wait, no, not that. It's this one, yeah.
Good news, buddy. Shroud says he just wants the Astro Pulse, which we all know isn't really yours anyway.
But how could the dumb brute Royd ascertain that his father didn't build the Astro Pulse after a single 1-hour conversation? That's because while Royd is both incredibly strong and charismatic, he's also insanely smart as well. Like, fuck you, Royd, being good at everything, piece of shit. With that, we head back to work. Golem knocks our phone into the trash, saying,
Kobe.
And when we get back to our desk, we introduce Beef to Chase and Blazer.
My name's Beef and I'm naked.
After that, though, Blazer wants to talk to us in her office. Two things come from this conversation. The first is that Blazer broke up with Phenomenon.
Yes!
Generally, I will not be talking about the comics in this, and the reason for that is because they are likely not canon. I say that because the reality that the comics portray seems off from the reality presented in the game. For example, we get a comic of Blonde Blazer breaking up with Phenomenon by just saying, "Goodbye, Phenomenon." And I'm sorry, but there's quite literally no way that Phenomenon would understand they were breaking up in that way it was presented, based on everything we've seen on him in the game.
Why are you so small?
Hey, come on. You gotta stop asking people that.
There is another reason I believe the comics to be inaccurate, but I will discuss that later when it becomes relevant. I mention this because I will not be taking the reason Blind Blazer broke up with Phenomenon as the canon reason for their breakup, but I will accept it as a theory. That reason being that she wants to put her powers down one day and live the life of a normie. It makes Blind Blazer seem like she wants to stop being a superhero, and both up until this point, and honestly most of the experiences after this, that does not seem to be the case. So again, I will try my best not to reference the comments except sparingly, and I'm only mentioning them here to clarify I don't care what they say. So, Blonde Blazer broke up with Phenomenon. We can get confirmation from her that it wasn't us that caused the breakup, but more than that, she knew about the breakup going into dinner last night, which is more evidence to me that she wasn't unhappy when we kissed her, but just unhappy she wanted us to kiss her. She would have probably known she was going to break up with him for a while and was frustrated she hadn't broke up with him before she let herself feel interested in another guy. This is speculation, of course, but it adds to her good girl persona and helps round out her character. Not that she needs it. There is one other piece of information we gained from this chat, and it's that we're going to cut someone from the Z team. Blazer wants to cut whoever the lowest performer is from the team. Now, I, like you, like this team. You and I are both just gamers, gaming away. Why would we want to cut any of these people? I want all the dialogue, all the interactions, and all of the fun. Plus, maybe you were already attached to them. While these are all reasons we may not want to cut someone, none of them make Blazer's idea wrong. Her reasoning for cutting someone is sound. Her cutting someone is not unfair to the Z team. While I personally don't like that we cut someone, there is no argument you can make that completely removes the validity of cutting someone. And we will talk about all the reasons Blazer is right and wrong for cutting someone towards the end of the episode. Until then, though, we got a dispatch to do. On our way to our desk, we view the leaderboards. We see that the ranking of the heroes is as follows. Flambe first with 81 points, Malevola with 78, Punch Up with 72, Golem with 66, Prism with 52, Coupe with 44, and Sonar with 41, followed by Invisigal with only 25 points. So by the looks of it, we'll be cutting Invisigal, although we won't know for sure who the cut will be until the end of the shift. That being said, Chase lets us know that Sonar got himself catfished into being handcuffed. Coupe apparently seduced Sonar downstairs so that she could try and get him out of the picture. This is the first of a long line of incidents that's going to happen because you have a team of villains worried about losing their job if they end up at the bottom of the leaderboard, which is going to become the theme of this dispatch. Everyone is going to try and sabotage everyone. That's because they all want this job, and instead of doing their best to succeed, they're trying their best to make sure all the other people don't succeed. And while this isn't what Blazer wanted when she told them she was going to cut someone from the team, it is not an incorrect way to go about the challenge. Robert will be understandably frustrated because this is counter to what he wants for the team, but that's actually not the team's fault. If sabotage is just a valid form of getting the results that they want as doing their best, then how are they doing the wrong thing? They're not losing anyone's respect, which is why most people wouldn't do this, and that's because no one gives them any. This is something Robert talked about needing to understand in the last episode, that he's dispatching for a team of ex-villains, not necessarily just a team of heroes. And the results of this challenge are showing some of the mistakes you can make by treating them like a group of heroes. Besides this, there are two important aspects of this dispatch. The first, there are two ways to avoid most of the sabotage. One is sending out people alone. This avoids people getting hurt. It doesn't improve the chances of the mission being a success, besides the fact that you know which hero is going to attempt the mission. This is, in my opinion, treating them as villains. It's a successful methodology, but at a major cost. There is a way, however, to send them out with people and then not have them sabotage their partner at all. And this method is not going to be something a regular person is going to pick up on or know about right off the bat. But the fact that it works shows these people aren't complete villains. The way they don't sabotage their partner is if they like their partner. It hasn't been introduced yet, but there is a synergy system. The system will allow people who get along to rank up something called a synergy level. This will allow them to have an extra percentage of completing a task just because they're doing it together. If you send out people who have a future synergy link together, they won't sabotage each other because they don't want the person to get kicked off the team. It shows a level of selflessness in the sea of selfishness, which is nice, but not enough to commend, just enough to have recognition that this team isn't unsalvageable. The other important aspect of this test is the final mission, which seems to be a theme we get going. The final mission has Malevola chase down Thunderstruck, the same villain Invisigal let get away in the previous episode. When Malevola signs up to go after him, Invisigal chases her down. Invisigal uses the opportunity to sabotage Malevola, allowing Thunderstruck to escape again. Now, this was really concerning to me. First, Thunderstruck knew Invisibitch when he first saw her in the shop, as he called out her name when they were fighting.
Invisible bitch!
Nothing in this fight made me think they were pretending to fight, but the idea that it could be the case did cross my mind. The second instance of it seems real sus. Invisigal is the only one who turned herself in as opposed to being caught. And the fact that she let the same criminal get away twice, let's just say I'm very fucking suspicious of that behavior. There's another level of this that adds to my suspicion. See, at the start of the shift, Coupe fucking with Sonar makes sense. As Sonar says later,
"We're tied for the bottom. fucking Invisigal.
That's not good for them. If they're cutting the bottom people, Coupe sabotaging Sonar, who is already below her, makes it less likely she will be cut. Here, though, Invisigal is sabotaging Malevola, who is second on the team. The odds of Invisigal overcoming the deficit and Malevola being cut are almost non-existent. So her doing that makes a lot more sense if she was doing it to let the perp get away, rather than just sabotaging Malevola. No matter what her reasoning was though, it doesn't matter, at least not yet. What does matter is the shift has been a fucking mess, so Robert calls back the whole team because they need to have a talk. Once the whole team arrives, we get a real sense of what they think of us, and that is absolutely fucking nothing at all. If you thought the team respected you because they had their best shift ever with you, or even remotely treated you like you were worth paying attention to, you're wrong. Not only is everyone standing around talking about how a big waste of time this is, when you try to get their attention, not one person even looks your way. They only acknowledge your presence when you get fucking launched across the room by Golem. And when this happens, you can either hit him upside the head with a fucking chair or kick him out of the room like a toddler. And when he challenges you, you tell him if he doesn't get the fuck out of the room, he's going to get the fuck out of the program. Basically, he is a sacrificial lamb, so they understand you are not a doormat. Once Blazer and Chase arrive, you begin discussing the situation of cutting someone. Prison decides to talk to Blazer about how if they had a real dispatcher, then maybe this cut wouldn't be necessary, which is incredibly stupid for so many reasons. The first is that they've never had a better shift. We're not talking about the validity of the cut, but my main rebuttal when we do is going to be that while the cut might seem necessary for the team, we've barely had enough time to show them that we're able to enact the improvements this team needs. In essence, what that means is that Prism questioning our ability to lead is so fucking tone deaf as to their situation, I question if her music is any good at all. But tensions are high in the room, and after some arguments, Prism pulls a knife out on Punch Up, where more insults ensue. And to be completely honest, I want to fucking cut Prism at this point. What an absolute bitch. However, why she's a villain is becoming apparent, because while in her character profile nothing about her screamed villain when everyone is unhappy about the state of the cuts, she's the only one who's outright blaming Robert's competency when he's clearly been a boon to the team overall. Also, I mean, pulling a knife out on someone for saying is a bit much. Look at how concerned Blazer was.
Jesus.
Anyway, we get a moment to discuss the Z-Team situation, because I think Punch Up said it best.
Cut me from a job I didn't want in the first place.
While these villains have a concept of what the Phoenix program is, they don't understand what they are doing here. This is an important distinction that I don't know many players will make initially. See, you and I get that this program is supposed to rehabilitate them, stop them from having villain tendencies, to be the superheroes they were always meant to be. It's just a timeout or a detention for them. They are there to do what the courts ordered. It's similar to real life convicts. Many felons don't get to choose any job they want because many jobs don't hire convicted felons, so they are forced to do the jobs that will, but they don't like the jobs that will. And many of the Z-Team may not want to be heroes or think that the idea that they, a villain, could ever be a hero is ridiculous. That's why many convicted end up being repeat offenders after all. I don't think the fact that Flambe and Malevola being on the top is a coincidence. When we met Flambe, he showed some amount of pride that he was a superhero now.
You're that shitty villain I busted up.
Not anymore, mecha dick. I am Flambe, a real superhero.
And again, I don't like pulling from the comics as there are wild inaccuracies, but the Malevola Sonar comic shows she's the one who wanted them to become heroes, and Sonar didn't seem to care as much as Malevola. Hence, she's second from the top and he's second from the bottom. So we try and remind them of this fact, that as a phoenix, they are being reborn from the ashes. But most importantly, they have to show that they deserve the right to be reborn, because until now they haven't acted like the heroes that they should be. This is when Invisigal appears saying she's been there the whole time. Chase calls bullshit, and that's because halfway through the meeting this happens.
A phoenix, according to legend, is a beautiful bird of prey that was so tired of its immortality.
It's clear Beef noticed Invisigal step in. Whether she arrived on time or not, Robert makes it clear that someone is going to get cut in the team no matter what, and right now, she's at the bottom. With that, it's time to start the second half of the shift. This dispatch goes much better than the first. In the dispatch, there are a few important things that occur that are worth mentioning. The first is that if you throw a chair at Golem, we get to learn Invisigal's nickname. It's Visi. This isn't the first time time we hear it though, as we heard it from Blonde Blazer when we first met her in the bar. Not really the most important detail, but I'd rather call her Visi from now on, and I wanted to point it out. Besides that, we unlock synergy levels. I spoke about synergy levels earlier, but they are beneficial aspects of a system that have 3 levels. Each level gives a 5% increase to completion rate for each mission. That means, like in real life, even if 2 teammates might not be perfect for a job, their teamwork will make up for the lack of their individual skills, better than the sum of their parts, if you will. This is a very broken system, which means when they reach rank 3, they always have an extra 15% chance to complete the mission, and it makes not sending them together with their partner a real detriment. And you might be asking, why would I spend time discussing synergy levels with people? It's a good question. That's because the synergy levels are a 1-to-1, meaning every person on the team has exactly one person they can synergize with. Well, okay, why is that important? It's because that means cutting someone won't just mean we don't have that person. It means their synergy partner won't have anyone to synergize with. That means that cutting someone has even more negative effects on the team as a whole than losing the person we cut, as whoever loses their synergy partner becomes significantly less effective moving forward. So while it's a really cool system we can immediately use during this dispatch, it's a really great way to show the negative effects of the team once we cut anyone. The other important part of this dispatch is we learn more about Coupe. She tells us about her past and how she was hired to kill someone who's asking for our protection now. And Punch Up jibes, saying that,
But he's still alive. Are you going soft on us, Coop?
however, that's not the case. What happened is that
They couldn't pay, so I canceled the job. No cash, no kill. So far, SDN's always paid on time and in full, so as long as the check's clear, I will kill or protect as they see fit.
which shows that this job means something to her, more than anyone else we've seen up until now. In fact, when we were in the office room, she said,
Fuck, I need this job.
We also learned that she and Punch Up have quite the intimate history together. They've done battle dozens of times together before, and Coupe keeps track of how many times they've been sent out together. It's actually quite sweet for a hardened killer assassin. As the mission goes on though, Sonar asks Coupe if she thinks that SDN can be bribed, and she responds saying that she doesn't know, but veiled threats might work. Again, showing that there is a desire to stay on the Z team from both of them. Visi hears this and gets upset, calls them desperate fucks, and decides to no longer take jobs for the night. Once the night is virtually over, she runs off out of service range, and the dispatch effectively ends. This leads us to one of my favorite scenes in the game. Robert notices her actions and tried to get in touch with her. When he finds her, she's smoking on a swing set in the playground. When we chastise her for smoking in a children's play area, she gets super defensive, saying it's just one more strike against her, and that's because Robert's got to get rid of someone, so she's just making it easy on him. Effectively seeing some of the people she likes, Coupe and Sonar, trying desperately not to get cut makes her feel awful. She feels awful because she knows if she doesn't get cut, one of them will. And even then, she knows she's the one getting cut. She had 25 points when Sonar had 41. That's more than 50% higher than Visi's. Her overcoming that, even if he did nothing today, would be difficult. Let alone the fact that while she's been doing things today, so has he. She knows who's getting cut, and fighting an impossible goal feels useless, and she doesn't want to try anymore. It's not just that either. Visi begins talking about how she's not meant to be a hero. She speaks on how people like Phenomenon and Blonde Blazer have hero powers, how they are pillars of righteousness, but her?
I have fucking villain powers. I can turn invisible and skulk in the shadows. My powers let me steal shit and watch famous people fuck. Being a villain is my fate.
And you can see her in real time sabotaging herself. Something I see a lot of people criticize Visi on is that she's smoking with asthma, which will obviously make her asthma worse. And she needs to hold her breath to go invisible. So her smoking is literally ruining her ability to go invisible. How stupid can she be? And honestly, I don't think she's doing it unintentionally. Here we see her lamenting how she hates her powers, how they make her destined to be a villain. And her smoking while she's saying it shows she believes that. She's not passively making her asthma worse, she's actively making it worse. She's purposely ruining her ability to use her powers so that she doesn't have to be a villain anymore. And so she tells us about her fate. The trouble is, she told the wrong person. Robert has no powers, so by her logic, he shouldn't be a hero either. But he was, and he was a damn good one. And he will be again. Fate be damned. So Visi shouldn't put so much stock in something as stupid as fate, or should she? Right as she's getting a pep talk about how fate is bullshit, the villain Visi let go twice is robbing a store real close to her location. So Robert tells her to get up, not give up. That even if stopping the last robbery won't stop her from being cut, it's never been about that. It's about doing your best to be the hero the Phoenix program knows you can be. So she goes. In the store, there are 3 perps, and she eventually takes them all out and arrests them. And I found this quite surprising. I wasn't sure Visi was letting the guy get away, but especially after the second time, I wouldn't have bet my house that she wasn't letting him get away. But this time, she catches him and brings him back to the station, all while believing she's going to get cut anyway. When she returns, the entire Z team is celebrating. Even Malevola claps for her, despite the fact that Visi's sabotaging your chances of catching the exact same villain. Both Sonar and Coop congratulate her for a job well done, and Blazer pulls us aside. She asks if we really believe what we said to Visi. This can lead to one of the most fucked up lines in the game if you click "we don't believe her." If this is the way Robert actually feels, I don't know, it's just a bit fucked up. But besides that, you'll say yes, because you're a good person. And that's good because Blazer agrees. She says that's exactly what the Phoenix program is all about, fighting the idea that their fates are to be villains and giving them a chance to be the heroes they always could be. That tender moment is then followed with a choice on who to cut from the team. And obviously it's Visi, or at least it should be obvious, but it's actually not. It turns out we'll be seeing the scores a bit later, but I'll tell you what they are for each person now. Flambe went up 25 points, Malevola 23, Punch Up 25, Golem also earned 25, Prism earned a whopping 33, however at the bottom Coupe earned 27 and Sonar earned 30, putting them both at 71, while Invisigal went up an insane 48 points, putting her at 72. She earned almost double what her original score was in a single day. As it turns out, missing Thundercuck in the donut shop and helping him get away actually increased the amount of points he was worth astronomically. And unless Visi has the powers to predict every little thing, it's a miracle she's able to get that many points at all. That puts us in a precarious position of having to choose between Sonar and Coupe. And I'm gonna let you know right now, there is a correct answer, at least in my mind. Obviously, who you cut is your business, and I will still tell the story from both points of view. But while I like Sonar more than I like Coop as a character, he is the correct choice to cut. Sonar wants to be a businessman. You can see it in the way that he idolizes Vanderstank. Coupe wants to be here. She says as much more than once. And while we see that Sonar's powers work against him, and he may need us to help them get under control, he has significant business opportunities available to him due to his skill set. Coupe, on the other hand, would have a hard time as her entire skill set revolves around her powers. Even if you choose to cut her from the team, the two of them will say,
if I'm honest, she still feels a little
evil.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
And that's like the entire point of the Phoenix program. It's to help the heroes that are a little too evil shake their villain roots. And it's obvious hers are still very strong. In fact, to go a bit further, I want to talk about the scores and what they mean. See, the top 4 people went up 25 points, with the exception of Malevola, who only went up 23 because presumably she got blocked by Visi. That's not a lot. The most commendable person on the list, even more than Visi, is Prism. Prism went up more than anyone else besides Visi, 33 points, and she really didn't need to at all. If she had gotten the 25 points the rest of them got, she'd still be 5th on the team. However, she took this more seriously than everyone else, including Sonar and Coupe, who were near the bottom. So in essence, even with the potential to lose their spot on the team, the top 5 barely did anything. Then you have Coupe and Sonar, whose scores for the day were barely higher than the people who didn't even try. What I'm saying is, no one really tried hard in this competition besides Prism, and even she was only marginally better than the rest. I think that's because everyone knew Invisigal was going to get cut. This is even reinforced later because when you invite Coupe or Sonar to cut them, they have no idea why they're here.
So, I'm sure you know why you're here.
Nah, not at all, man. No clue.
They both believe with 100% certainty that Visi was going to get cut.
Invisigal's, she should be getting cut. She's on the bottom.
But I cheered
For Invisigal, I only did that because I thought she was being cut.
Which leads to us talking about cutting people at all. See, I know a lot of people disagree with the idea that we should cut anyone. However, that's because we're playing a video game, and as the player, there's always this sense of obviously things are going to go well. The reality is we cannot choose not to cut someone. And I personally believe that's because any reality where you were able to not cut someone is a reality that ends with the entire Z team failing. Remember, this isn't an unfair competition. Everyone was informed there would be a cut, and who did this affect? The bottom half. The top half was comfortable and did not care. But the reality is that if the bottom four had actually worked hard, then anyone at the top could have been cut instead. If you look at the leaderboard, heroes like Horse Girl went up over 40 points. And if you look at the very top, they went up over 100 points. If everyone on the team in the bottom points went up 100 points, unrealistic but not impossible, especially when the global rankings go up by thousands, then anyone in the top could have been cut. That's the point. The highest scorer on the team isn't even close to the lowest hero in the branch. Big Chungus, who has over 200 more points than Flambe, who's first on the Z team. Getting 25 points is not the kind of effort you would expect someone to make when they're worried about getting cut. In fact, it's less effort than the bottom tier hero in the entire branch gives on a regular day basis. If these are weekly rankings and they get pointed every 5 days, then the lowest person on the list gets an average of 70 points a day. Cutting someone is meant to instill a sense of urgency in this team, a sense that you can't just do 25 points and the bare minimum. And in fact, your best is worse than even the worst hero's bare minimum, and you might think this is harsh, but we're not managing a bunch of office workers, we're managing heroes. A mistake out there can literally cost lives, and while mistakes can happen, it's not a mistake if you aren't taking your job seriously. That's a choice, and the Phoenixes can't be making that choice. So while I don't like the idea of cutting someone here, I believe it is necessary to help push the rest of the team that remains to be what they are meant to be. And without the cut, everyone would stay at the bottom of the leaderboard or worse. So the cut really doesn't go well. Wow, what a surprise. There's not much to say besides they both knew it was going to be Invisigal getting cut, and they were both wrong. And they both take it terribly. Again, logically speaking, based on skill set as well as aspirations, I think cutting Sonar is the best, but we can see that his powers make it incredibly hard for him to be in the kind of job he wants. Getting cut from the team is enough to make him transform into Megabat. Holding a high stakes job is likely a nightmare, and I mean, fuck. It sucks either way. I really would have preferred to cut Prism, but knowing she actually worked harder than anyone on the team when she likely wasn't even getting cut does make me like her more. I don't know, man. Being a manager sucks ass. Neither one felt good, and I will tell you that. But when it's over, we go back to our desk, hang up whichever souvenir we got, and then see something really cute. Visi is proud of not getting cut and takes a picture to remember the moment, but notices she was seen, gets embarrassed, and disappears. Then she reappears real close to us, says thank you in a very cute way, and then disappears again. This leaves Robert feeling good about the program, and in all likelihood for the very first time. Between getting punched, getting blamed for the cut, the actual cutting, and everything in between, this is very likely the first time he's felt like he did something good here, and it's nice. It's also the end of the episode. Oh, I wonder where this very wholesome, sweet vibe will take us next. That's right, you get to see Visi naked getting fucked. And it's hot. I'm not gonna show it for obvious fucking reasons, but just know it's real fucking hot. All right, I'll show this. Damn! Man, I wish that were me. Wait, holy shit, it is me. That's right, everyone. Robert's fucking Visi. But, I mean, it's obvious that it's not happening. Even the very first time I was playing, I was like, all right, is this Robert's stream or is this Visi's stream? And bam, it's Visi's stream, which is a neat twist. I was fairly certain it was Robert dreaming of Visi. So clearly another love interest has entered the ring, and it makes sense. Robert has spent a lot of time nurturing Visi's journey, and I mean, damn, look at that fucking drip. But there is something I want to talk about a bit that is unrelated to the game as it exists now, but is important to a large population of people who played it, and that's that the perception of these characters in an episodic release. And before this scene came out, the public perception of Visi was negative. I'm a fucking thirsty piece of shit, so I loved Visi as well as Blonde Blazer, Coot, Malevola, and Prism.
as well as Pom Pom, Brickhouse, Brainbrook, Ashley Rhiness, Skittle Burglar, Purple, Butch Speedster Girl in the Bar, Electric Shout Villain, and of course, Lana. However, not everyone is like me, and for many, this scene changed the public perception of Blonde Blazer being the best girl to Visi being the best girl. Not particularly important to the story, but, still interesting nonetheless. Perverts. Sorry. What is important to the story is that Visi seems to be catching feelings, and that's going to spice up the workplace good and proper, because she is a walking HR violation. Next, we get to see Robert wake up and begin his life. And I mean, it's supposed to be kind of sad, I guess. The fact that he has no mattress because he threw it in a dumpster to help save a villain in case something went wrong and has to sleep in a lawn chair is kind of sad. But besides that, he's just a regular guy getting up, getting ready for the day at the office. What I do like is he went to bed reading a book on how to be a better manager. This obviously wouldn't be a book he had, as he has fucking nothing. So it's a book he went out to buy. It shows that being a dispatcher isn't just a way to become Mecha Man again any longer. It's become a part of his life. I like to think that letting someone go for Robert sucked, especially after Visi thanked him for the part that he did play. So he wants to do what he can to make sure his team is never put in that position again, and I like that. Once he does get to the office though, he sits down at his desk and has to deal with the fallout of his team being in that position. Depending on who you cut depends on if when you open up the computer you have a bat screeching or an Irish porn ad playing, because like I said before, whoever you cut has a synergy partner and they're worse off for you cutting them. And Chase reminds us that the problem with cutting people is that the people they leave behind carry on the resentment of the cut, and that's true. But it doesn't change the fact that the highest performer on our team was over 200 points lower than the lowest performer in the office. So we'll deal with these pranks because that's what they are. However, for some reason, Visi seems to be staring us down. I wonder what could have happened. But there is something else happening that is worth mentioning, and that is that Visi is at the photocopier. Now, this scene isn't very important, but it does explain something that I was confused about, because you might have played through this part of the game, and when this happens, you're left dazed and confused, but I'm here to explain it. Visi is the one making these copies. While she may have developed romantic or just purely sexual feelings for Robert, last night she was still willing to quit because she didn't want either Sonar or Coupe to get kicked off. So while she has complicated feelings about Robert, she still has a connection with the rest of her team, which is why you get this. Chase also informs us that Blonde Blazer is thinking of filling the recent open position on our roster with either Waterboy or the face of SDN Phenomenon. And to most people, that seems like a fucking crazy set of options. That is, until you find out he's not taking the breakup too well. Next, we see Robert in his mecha suit. It looks like Royd is having us do a test run, and it goes bad, as anyone could have guessed. So they go back to the drawing board, and while they're doing that, Visi gets a good look at Robert's ass, and obviously she's feeling the effects of her wet dream. Luckily, she's playing it cool and close to the vest, so no one can tell.
You ever jerk off in this thing?
Alright, maybe not so cool, but Robert is a man, so he doesn't get it right away. Visi is not there to stare at Robert's ass, at least not entirely. She came to let Robert know that Blonde Blazer is waiting for him in her office, so he has to go do that, so he goes off. And oh look, Blonde Blazer is changing right after she asked Visi to come find us and bring us back to the office. Yeah, I'm sure that was just an oopsie daisy. What a ditz, tee-hee. No, this is not a fucking accident. The love interests are laying it on thick today, and even Robert is beginning to notice.
What is happening today?
I don't even fully buy that her areola slip was an accident. Here, when Robert entered, I'm breaking down a sexual scene again. Here, when Robert enters, there is no areola, and surprise, surprise, when she turns around and then turns back around, there it is. Could it be an accident? Well, let's look. Nothing moves when Robert zits it up. Once it's zipped up, it has no ability to move, and again, it's not visible here. The only time it could have moved is right here, when her hand that's placed right near where the nip slip happens just for some reason moves down a smidge. But besides the obvious plays to seduce us, there is another reason Blonde Blazer asked us into her office. Phenomenon is outside on a crushed car, and Blazer would like you to have a chat with him to give him some perspective. You are the pep talk guy after all. You also find out that he's
lost his job at the high-profile branch, so things aren't going well for Phenomenon these days. So a pep talk and perspective is just what Robert is about to do. There's an interesting dichotomy between the first time they met and this time. When you both first meet, Robert was at the bottom of his game and Phenomenon was at the top. He had a beautiful girlfriend, the power of a demigod, and was the face of SDN. Even before getting blown up by Shroud and losing the Astral Pulse, Robert was running on fumes. He slowly lost everything since his father passed away, and after losing the Pulse, he truly had nothing left. And now in this meeting, they've switched places. Robert has begun moving up in his life, working on his suit has begun in earnest, 2 beautiful women are throwing themselves at him, and he has a job he finds fulfilling, helping people. Phenomenon has nothing. He's lost his girlfriend, his job, and any motivation to use his powers. And Phenomenon being at rock bottom is actually so important to the story, and it's because he was the face of SDN that it's so important. Remember, when Visi was quitting, she used Phenomenon as a pillar of someone who was born to be a hero. Yet with all his strength, he sits here, a broken man. Not just broken either. Phenomenon talked about how in the moments after Blonde Blazer broke up with him, he wanted to fly into the sun, absorb all of its energy, and cast the entire solar system into darkness. And that's some villain shit. It shows in real time that it's not about what powers you have, it's about how you use them. Phenomenon may have superpowers, but laying there on Flambe's smashed car feeling sorry for himself, this is not a superhero, this is a broken man, and some would say in need of rehabilitation. See, it's not just the Phoenix program that needs someone to replace the person we just cut. Phenomenon is in need of the Phoenix program. So we chat with him, he confides his pain into us, we have an opportunity to tell him that we kissed Blazer if you do, and let's just talk about how absolutely correct the choice is to kiss Blonde Blazer. Because if you don't kiss Blonde Blazer, you have no opportunity to kiss Phenomenon. So I don't want to hear it. All right? Kissing Blonde Blazer is objectively the right choice because you get to kiss Phenomenon. Okay? End of story. I'm not taking notes. Thank you. And that is to say that he takes it well if you did kiss her, but he overall doesn't leave feeling great. He does let you know that he might have gotten some shards of glass lodged into your chest when he sat up quickly, which is why Robert heads to the bathroom next. As Robert is taking the shrapnel out of his chest, Visi pops up next to us once again. When Robert asks us what she's doing inside of the men's bathroom, she gives us a very reasonable response that,
I had a dream last night that we were fucking.
and this clearly takes Robert by surprise, as Visi is talking about how vivid it was. Oh my god, could you even imagine? We're then allowed to ask a question about the dream. She goes on to explain the reason she has been acting weird is because she's been imagining what it would feel like for us to be romantically together. Like, could you imagine being in Robert's position right now? Holy shit. She likens it to trying on a dress, expressing that whether or not she was in the room with Robert and Blazer, that
I could be anywhere.
And you chose to be here.
And yes, choosing the prime location to express her sexual interest in us, she chose a men's bathroom. And to her credit, she seems quite invested in the prospect of being with us in a romantic way, because when she does get interrupted, it makes her feel quite upset.
Ugh, you ruined this for me!
So, while Blazer may or may not have some kind of feelings for us, Visi most certainly does. What does Robert do with that information? He goes to work, because HR violations aside, the Z team isn't going to dispatch itself. This dispatch is another difficult dispatch. While the team is no longer sabotaging each other, having one less person makes a difference. Not only does Malevola or Punch Up not have a synergy partner any longer, but there's one less person to send out overall, meaning this dispatch fucking hurts. Not only is it incredibly difficult with one less person, but the partner of whoever you cut is not happy with your decision to cut, refuses to do several missions, and leaves early. And during the entirety of the dispatch, everyone is complaining about the cut because clearly the team is worse off for it, or at least so it seems. With the exception of the friend of the person you cut, no one refuses to go out. No one sets a fire because they're angry. There's no sabotage, and everyone else is working at near peak performance. It might be a harder shift, but the Z team is working better than they were before. As for Coop and Sonar, they interact with the rest of the team and volunteer for more missions. They're both thankful to still be here, and generally there's not a ton that happens in the shift worth mentioning. The most notable thing is something that is not completely obvious unless you play both versions of the dispatch, and even then, not unless you're paying attention. If you cut Coop, her old gang comes back to town. There's speculation that she's getting back into the assassin game. That one is more obvious than what happens if Sonar gets cut. If Sonar gets cut, there's a problem with with the high-profile business people of the world. And based on these crimes being the only difference between the two dispatches, it is heavily implied that Coupe is getting her assassin gang back together, and Sonar is the reason for these businessmen's problems. And with that being the case, that means that cutting one of these two has had major consequences to the person that was cut. While I said Sonar had better prospects if you cut him, that doesn't mean the sting of the cut wouldn't drive him to be a villain, or that he'd be able to get Megabat under control. It comes down to retrospect at this point. Has the Phoenix program failed them because cutting them caused them to return to villainy? Would not cutting them have caused the entire Z team to fail instead? We don't have all of the answers, and we can only make the best choices we think we can make. And the reality is that the Z team was failing, and Sonar and Coop choices after getting cut are their own, however guilty we may feel. But there is something that needs to change, and that's that we need another person, or we're gonna keep getting our asses beat. But first,
That's lunch. Think fuck.
while Robert's chowing down in the lunchroom, Waterboy's throwing away stuff inside of the fridge. And one of the things he throws away is Flambe's lunch. When Flambe confronts Waterboy, Waterboy says he doesn't read things and that Flambe can still eat them if he wants. And in anger, Flambe slaps the noodles out of his hand and they fall all over Waterboy. This pisses Robert off, and he confronts Flambe about it, calling him a bully. Flambe brushes it off, and as he's leaving, Robert chucks either a protein shake or some spaghetti at him, a taste of his own medicine, as it were. And I actually want to break this scene down because Robert is a bit out of line on this one, and that's going to surprise most people. I know people love Waterboy because I'm one of them, and they will see this and think it is bullying, but really, nah, it's not. Robert says Waterboy threw it away on accident, and an accident is if when Waterboy was trying to read the box, he accidentally dropped it and it fell on the floor. That's an accident. Negligence is when you go into a fridge and throw away everyone's food without reading anything. And you might be thinking, oh no, it was just Flambe's. It's an honest mistake. No, it's not just Flambe's. It's Blonde Blazer's too, and probably whoever's fucking protein shake it is, and everyone else's food for that matter. Waterboy admits to not reading any of the labels, and again, Blonde Blazer's lunch that she is going to eat today is also thrown out.
Did you eat my lunch?
Flambe knocking his food onto him may have been harsh, but Prism pulled a knife out when Punch Up called her Lady Haha, and Robert didn't bat an eye. Now, the reason I'm bringing it up isn't because I want Flambe to keep bullying Waterboy. It's because Robert can't let go of the fact that he is the one that put Flambe away. And it's not just this instance either. When he attacks Golem, Visi, and Prism, it's not because they're messing with other people, it's because they're messing with Robert. Flambe is the only one that Robert will mess with when he's not doing anything to Robert. Depending on the dialogue choices you picked during the pep talk in chapter 3, this isn't even the first time you've just been an outright dick to Flambe.
You, every single one of you, are those flaming piles of burnt shit. You, especially.
I'm not saying there's no reason to throw food on Flambe, but Flambe sure as shit had a better reason for throwing food on Waterboy. So while in this interaction he is standing up for Waterboy, there's much more to it than that. There is a personal grudge between Robert and Flambe. But Robert's issue with Flambe aside, he has bigger issues out on the dispatch floor, and he needs to replace whoever he picked to cut. Luckily, almost like this is a story inside of a video game, Blonde Blazer comes to do just that.
Jesus.
She tells us we need to pick between Waterboy and Phenomenon, and you can pick whoever you think is best, but I do think there's a right choice, again, and it's Phenomenon. I will be clear, while I just shat on Waterboy, I do like him more than Phenomenon. But it's not about who I like better, it's about who needs this team more. Waterboy needs mentorship. He's a fucking mess. Look at the little dork. And he needs experience out on the field. He could get that with the Z team, but the Z team is not a breeding place for heroes. It's the place where villains learn to turn their life around, and Phenomenon needs to turn his life around. I don't actually like Phenomenon that much, but Waterboy would likely become a hero when he's ready with or without the Z team. Phenomenon is literally on the teetering edge between heroism and villainy. He's destroying cars, blocking traffic, thinking of destroying the sun for God's sakes. Waterboy might need a hand becoming a hero, and I think that's a valid reason for picking him, but Phenomenon needs the Phoenix program, and the Phoenix program was made for people like Phenomenon. Whoever you pick though, you will meet them in the showers. You'll either meet Waterboy washing off Flambe's noodles, or Phenomenon hovering about. It's clear in that
that meeting that they're both very happy to have the job. Phenomenon is grateful for the opportunity to get out there and do good once again, and Waterboy is
just to join you.
Again, I don't like playing favorites, but Waterboy is excited to prove himself, and Phenomenon needs this. Either way, it's time for the next shift, and this is probably one of the least eventful dispatches story-wise. There are two things this dispatch teaches us. The first is subtle but important. The team has started liking Robert. You're not going to get a lot of dialogues about how much they love you or how cool you are, but their dialogues when you send them out are much kinder than they have been overall. Whereas previously they would act as if every mission you were sending them on was a pain in the ass and that you should be grateful. Now they say shit like,
"For you, Bobby, I'll do it."
It goes to show you not just that they respect you a bit more, they respect the job a bit more. It's really the first time anyone on the team has expressed a level of satisfaction with the entire program, besides Coupe saying she needed the program, and Visi thanking you for helping her stay. They're likely riding the high off of not being cut, and with a new person to replace the person cut, a lot of the pressure has been let off from them, no matter how shitty the new person might be doing. And speaking of how shitty the new person might be doing, the other thing we learn is almost exactly what you would expect. Everyone on the Z team fucking hates them. Whether you pick Phenomenon or Waterboy, they'll both make several mistakes, and the rest of the team will give them endless amounts of shit for it. Between the two, Phenomenon, well, how do I say this? Phenomenon is way too fucking stupid to really notice. As for Waterboy, he does notice. His cheery disposition starts to crack as the weight of the rest of the team's distaste for him becomes more and more apparent. Either way though, it's a fairly easy dispatch, which is nice. It seems Robert is starting to settle into his new job, that his team seems to be finally reaching an equilibrium, and things might start to settle down. However, that's going to leave Robert with himself for a bit. I think the importance of the scenes that follow are lost on most people because of the scenes directly after them. What the scene tells us about Robert is very important to who he is as a character and what he's been through and what he has given up to be who he is today. Before that though, I want to bring you back to when Visi confessed to having a dream about the two of them hooking up, because something Robert can say here is important to the scenes that are about to follow. There are three options, one of them being vastly different in tone and feeling to the other two. That option is, did I wear a condom? And to be honest, it feels like the weakest of the options, and overall, it kind of sucks in a way that the vast majority of the dialogue in this game doesn't. Like, it's not funny, it doesn't make a lot of sense, and for a game that has so many bangers, it felt off. It's not the only line that feels off, which is why I never question it, but for some reason it always just felt different. The interaction goes like this.
Hope I had a condom on.
Fuck you.
Well, I can't have a baby in my life, even an invisible one.
So for some reason, one of his reactions to Visi telling him they fucked in her dreams was that he can't have a kid in his life. And that last bit, the even an invisible one, stuck with me. After going over the story several times, looking for the purpose behind all of the statements, not just this one, I read his statement as such. He's a normal human with super villain enemies like Shroud, and to a lesser extent, enemies like Flambe. He could die at any moment, just like his father and grandfather. And after being left alone, he doesn't want to do that to his child. So the first thing that comes to his mind in regards to sex is wearing protection so that never happens. Fast forward back to the office, his life is starting to calm down. He might never be Mecha Man again, or perhaps even better, he may never have to be Mecha Man again. He feels the pressure lifting after an incredibly successful dispatch. It feels like the weight of the world has left his shoulders, and that's when Beef comes up to him to throw a ball. When he gets up, he sees a dispatcher leaving with her family. It's a stark contrast from what his life as a hero has left him. His apartment empty. His mecha suit may never work again. All he has in his life is his dog, Beef. So he goes for a walk of reflection through the dispatch office. Beef isn't a son, but he's Robert's only family. And at least they can play ball together, even if Beef isn't his actual son. Except by the time they're outside, Beef doesn't give a fuck. Pets can be a much needed comfort in a very trying time, and a dog will love you in its own special way, but it's not the same connection you have with a child. As Robert heads back to close out for the day, he will either find Phenomenon or Waterboy.
And while you may think I'm grasping at straws here, these interactions with the two of them further reinforce my thoughts on this. Waterboy will be sitting in a janitor's closet eating melon. He feels like shit after the shift because the team ripped him a new one. He's sitting there afraid to do anything, even finish a sentence. And the advice Robert gives him is twofold here. While he's talking to Waterboy to help cheer him up, he's also talking to himself. Waterboy's afraid of things happening, but they've already happened. So what's there to be afraid of? Robert has in a capacity already died as Mecha Man. Why should he be so afraid of it that he can't live any semblance of a normal life? Why continue to suffer? He should try and enjoy himself and have a life. And as for Phenomena Man, he's reminiscing about his love for Blonde Blazer. And I mean, I don't fucking blame him. He's watching footage from the two of them fighting side by side in their glory days. He talks about how she was his one and only passion, but Robert calls bullshit. He tells Phenomena Man that she can't be his only passion. There are so many things out there in the world that Phenomena Man has yet to experience. Blonde Blazer will only be his one true passion until he finds a second or third passion. And again, he's not just talking to Phenomena Man. Robert sees himself in Phenomena Man. He has been so caught up in being Mecha Man, he has been nothing else. He has nothing else. Mecha Man has been Robert's obsession. He spent millions to keep the suit running, and it may never run again. He quite literally has nothing left besides beef. That's how important the suit was to him, and it could be gone forever now. He expected to die in that suit, so he never wanted a family. But what he never considered is, what if he didn't die in that suit? He's starting to realize that the reason his father and grandfather had children is because they never wanted to die in the suit. They never let Mecha Man be their only obsession. And so after helping whichever new recruit you have, you head back to your desk, where it appears someone is still out in the field. It turns out Visi decided she was gonna watch a movie. We bug her a bit as we pack up getting ready to head out, and she drops heavy signals that she wants some company. At that exact moment, we get a text from Blonde Blazer asking us if we're up for a late dinner. And holy shit, what a fucking choice. This is probably the second hardest choice in the entire game. And I've talked about what the right choice is when it comes to kicking off Sonar or Coop, and the right choice for Waterboy and Phenomena Man, and I stand by those being objectively correct. So I have a correct choice here, right? Of course, it's Malevola. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, not really. Like, damn, woman, hell dropped a few degrees when you left because you're so damn hot. But when it comes to whether you should date Visi or Blonde Blazer, there is no choice. They're both adults. Pick whichever one you like more. And before I talk about each of the dates, I want to talk about choosing which date to go on. A small subset of people hated this choice because it made them feel like the game is forcing them into a relationship with one of these two. And I want to say, you're missing the point. The game isn't forcing you down one of these paths. Robert had a mini existential crisis about how Mecha Man has robbed him of any semblance of family or social life. Him turning down both of these offers after that would be ridiculous, especially when he has no reason to think Blazers is remotely romantic. The player might, based on the fact that you have to pick between Visi and Blazer, but Robert would not. Blazer might have flirted a bit, but you didn't have to kiss her. She didn't break up with Phenomena Man because of you, and you're literally in this job because of her. If anything, the canon event is going to dinner with Blonde Blazer, because whether you like her romantically, platonically, or you just like the fact that you're a dispatcher, the polite thing to do would be to accept a dinner invitation. Existential crisis notwithstanding. The only reason you wouldn't accept that invitation is because you have other plans, i.e. going to the movie with Visi. That doesn't make Blazer the right choice. It makes there being no choice to go to neither of them make complete sense. And since it's the polite option, we'll start with Blonde Blazer, which even from the get-go, I was overthinking. That's because if you tell Blazer you're coming and Visi to have a good night, she looks at her phone, and I was like, fuck. Did Blizzy steal Blazer's phone to test if we would go with her at this moment? The answer is no, but the paranoia that fueled my worry in that scene went into overdrive in the next one, because when you find Blonde Blazer, she seems tense and worried. At first, I thought she was going to tell me Visi asked her to meet her here, but instead, she says,
"This isn't what I look like."
And holy shit, my heart dropped when I heard that. She takes off the amulet, and in the 10 to 20 seconds she's transforming back to her normal self, my mind was
fucking moving faster than Chase. Thoughts like, is she a man? Have we ever seen her and Royd in the same room? I play these chapters literally with an hour or two of them coming out, and I was romancing Blazer first, so I had no fucking idea what to expect here. It literally could have been anything, and the truth is definitely shocking, and it's that she looks the fucking same. Like, damn, I've seen women change more in makeup tutorials, but clearly she's incredibly anxious about showing this, which shows us a lot about who she is. Until now, she's been confident to the point where a literal nip slip wasn't something she even got flustered over. Showing us Mandy in a beautiful gown is more concerning than showing us blonde Blazer's breasts. But obviously, this isn't a fucking problem. While there are likely people out there who do care, and many may even care a great deal, Robert, and I, do not. He thinks she's literally joking about it, and she seems to feel silly. Not because he's making her insecure, but because Robert is making her realize she was worried over nothing. She just knows that the expectations of blonde Blazer are tough to live up to, and, you know, blonde is in the name. You can respond to this in a few ways, but the general consensus of Robert's reaction is that even though she's correct, blonde Blazer is a lot to live up to. Even without her amulon, she is blonde Blazer. The same way Robert is still Mecha Man without his mecha suit. Also, I want to point something out. If you didn't kiss her in episode 1 and then kiss her now, she will say,
"About time."
And that means I was fucking right. There have been absolutely no opportunities to kiss her since the start. Nothing about the relationship has been romantic or anywhere above friendly flirting, so her thinking that this kiss was already late meant she was very much hoping for a kiss here. So I was right, fuck you. Anyway, we get to have a delicious meal with Mandy, and it's nice. And while there is absolutely no reason to talk about this, I'm going to. Mandy sees Waterboy cleaning the windows and yells at him, telling him to go home, but he isn't listening, and she doesn't understand why. Like, bro, you're not blonde Blazer right now, you're Mandy. Why would he listen to you? Like, think for a second. Damn, I guess brunettes aren't smarter than blondes. Anyway, if you turn down the dinner because you have something better to do, you ask Visi to start telling you more about the movie. Then, as she's midway through telling Robert about the movie, he arrives. And she is, like, genuinely fucking shook. Like, with the retrospective knowledge of how disappointed she was for you to go to dinner with Mandy, you'd think that this was the outcome she was hoping for. But it looks like she never even remotely expected to get it. And she has to process it a bit after it happens, asking if this means they're friends now. And I'm sorry, this is the only choice in this scenario. Other people might choose one of these two not to pressure her, but it's too fucking late. If you look up someone's location to go to the movie theater without telling them you're doing it and then don't think you're already friends, you're a fucking stalker, all right? So Robert clearly thinks they're already friends to have done this. Whatever you pick, it doesn't matter because
I haven't decided yet.
Would have been nice to know before I spent $86.
I'm not gonna fuck you just because you bought me a bucket of corn.
Can you just be normal for like a second?
And then I'm going to dissect the fuck out of the next few seconds, so buckle up. Visi is going to do a lot over a small period of time. This scene is much more about her than Robert. Robert came here to watch a movie with Visi, but Visi's been dealing with the dream she had last night, and Robert coming here seems to send her mind racing. First, she genuinely seems to think he might have come here to fuck, so his reaction calms her down a bit. They then both talk at the same time, and Visi does this. She looks at Robert's lift, and I'm fucking sorry everyone, but this is universal body language for I want to kiss you. And even as she's looking at his lips, she says,
"This is nice,"
in a sensual moment, and Visi is genuinely happy to have you there, if not also, you know, a little bit horny. And then Robert says something, and she's filled with anticipation that it might be something physical or intimate, but instead it's,
"Do you like Sour Patch Kids?"
After she takes them, this leads to a close-up of Visi's face with 6 seconds before the end of the episode, and holy shit, a lot happens in these 6 seconds. First, she looks down and purses her lips. Maybe she's considering kissing him, maybe she's feeling anxious over the situation. Then, she looks over at him with a much more visible and full smile. finally looking back down, her smile fading and a large sense of guilt coming over her. Then we go to the screen in the movie and the credits will begin rolling soon. I don't bring up music often, but at this moment there's a song playing us into the credits. And I think it's appropriate to bring up what the lyrics are because the singer is literally singing, "I want you to feel the way I do." And then the scene ends like it's an inner monologue for Visi as she's sitting there thinking about Robert. So let's break this down because she has an interesting array of emotions here. And we have some extra knowledge. And that's her reaction if we don't come. With the knowledge we have, the most likely reason she feels guilty is because Blazer told her that she is going to ask Robert for dinner. This is the first and most logical explanation at this time. As I said before, it's hinted they are roommates, which would explain why she looks at her phone when we go with Blazer, and the guilt she exhibits once we start watching with her. Another possible reason is because she used to be a villain. She's done wrong, and she's the happiest she's ever been. But there are a lot of people who don't think they deserve to be happy, and so when they are happy, they get incredibly depressed. They feel like they can't enjoy their happiness. They don't deserve it. This reason doesn't explain why she looks at her phone if we go to dinner with Blazer though. And if I'm being completely honest, I still don't think they're roommates. They absolutely could be. Nothing we see disproves it, even remotely. It's like 51% one way, 49% the other for me. So unless we get future information, we'll never know. And if we do get future information, I'll come back to the scene so we can talk about it more and understand what she may be thinking. And you can bet your fucking ass we'll be back here. The next scene starts with Robert hitting the gym, and while he's doing it, we're treated to some flashbacks of him in his prime as Mecha Man. He's walking into a burning mall to confront a fire-enshrouded villain. During this fight, Robert is doing the barbell and ends up being pinned, which is actually insanely dangerous. Lucky for him, Flambe comes around to spot him, after he makes fun of him for a bit. Flambe helps get the weights off of Robert and does a 280-pound squat effortlessly, which isn't an impossible feat for an incredibly fit 6'4" man, but the way he talks about the situation makes it seem like heroes' powers do more for them than originally meets the eye. For one, he says that Waterboy has benched more than Robert. He's also 6'4". Look, I'm not out here trying to break out the pixel calculator game theory style. All I'm saying is that just having powers might make you stronger than a normal person of the exact same height and build, but I'm not sure. Either way, while Flambe is being mean, he's not being unkind. Robert could have died. And while it's not a foregone conclusion, he might have just had to get out of it weird style. Flambe might have also saved his life. And while he is making fun of him, he does say something very kind.
You can't get injured, because we need you behind that desk to help the real heroes.
That's not a break out the tissues, we're having a moment kind of comment, but it does show how everyone seems to be warming up to Robert. Robert doesn't let a good deed go unpunished though, and asks how Flambe got messed up in a fight. Flambe comments that he got hurt in a fight with a real superhero, not knowing that he's talking to the guy who beat him up. I think it's a good scene because it's just busting each other's balls, which, while normal for most people, isn't normal for Robert and Flambe. It's good to see Flambe warming up to us. And it's nice that Robert at least has the option to thank him, showing that his grudge may be settling. Then there can be another scene in the locker room, but only if you went to dinner with Blazer. She talks about how she'd like to go on another proper date with you, and Robert asks specifically who the date would be with, Blazer or Mandy. And she says it's up to us. That's not a trick question. Yeah, fucking right it's not. I was born yesterday. But no, actually, from what I can tell, it isn't a trick question. You can answer Blazer, Mandy, or either, and she'll react the exact same way. There is one difference though. That's if you respond with Mandy, instead of saying this, it says this, which I found really interesting. Anyway, Blazer leaves and Florida Man with the super hearing was a few lockers away, and he says,
Bro, you're so lucky.
My man. Next, the two stories converge again, and it's time for our next dispatch, and it's incredibly uneventful. There's very little to talk about besides mild banter. The missions are getting easier, and they're not even picking on Phenomenon or Waterboy as much. And while of course this could just be a poorly designed dispatch, it's literally my job to look too far into these things, so I am. The reason this dispatch is so boring is because everything is going right.
The team is getting along. They respect Robert. No one's forcing themselves into missions. They're not fighting amongst themselves. Dispatching is a job, and SDN a company. There's no reason for every day to be super packed with calls. And when your team is working like a well-oiled machine, there's also no real excitement. That's kind of the point of a lot of what I was talking about before. Robert's life is starting to reach equilibrium. He's not sinking millions into a mecha suit. He's not looking over his shoulder for every villain he's ever crossed. He's just dispatching, and that's something he can actually enjoy. Once the dispatch is over, Robert will go off to make some lunch in the break room where Malevola and Prism are hanging out. They ask Robert for a hint on what superhero he used to be. You can give them one or not. Either way, they won't get it. What will happen, though, is Malevola will chuck a fucking mug at you. It's okay, babe, I forgive you. And after you dodge it, they'll nonchalantly discuss which superhero has good reflexes. Robert gets mad and tells them to clean up as he leaves. Which, before we get to the next place, this is another really good example of a situation where one of the Z team that's not Flambe does something, and Robert doesn't fucking blow up or make fun of him. He just tells them to clean it the fuck up before leaving. This will spark Malevola to say,
"Chill out, Dad."
And Prism talks about how she never had a father, to which Malevola will respond, causing Prism to blow the fuck up. This isn't super important to the plot. It's just kind of another showing of how Prism likely ended up as a villain. She has trouble controlling herself when she feels insulted, and it do be like that sometimes. Anyway, Robert is working on the machine while hanging out with Chase. In the last dispatch, the final mission had the team run into a group called the Red Ring. Apparently, that's Shroud's gang. And Chase asks us the important question: if we got the chance to kill Shroud, would we? And the answer is one you personally might have to think on, but what Chase wants to make sure of is that we are positive of what we're going to do if the opportunity presents itself. So you can answer this however you want. Once we finish up lunch here, it's already time for another dispatch. This dispatch is relatively easy. Starts out with them discussing what our hero persona might be. Then the first mission is kind of easy. You have to save a cat named Mr. Cat who hates most people. And
the fuck? Did we just lose power?
Sure did.
Oh, fuck. That's right. There was a power outage. And Florida Man's only advice for us is,
hey, Robert, just brace yourself.
Oh, shit.
While this dispatch is very manageable if you spent over 100 hours playing this game, going through each storyline to find the minor differences, the only dispatch that comes close in actual difficulty is the dispatch right after you have to cut someone. Robert goes in one grid at a time with his hacking skills, and everything is a fucking mess. To put it frankly, the reason I talked about how simple life is becoming for Robert is because this dispatch is a stark reminder that he still lives in a world of superheroes and supervillains. One blackout means the town he lives in is chaos. But no matter how well or poorly you do, once the shift is over, it's over. As you're packing up after a rough shift, the Z team is discussing going to a bar, but since Flambe is banned from our favorite hero bar SDN employees go to, they choose a villain bar instead, and they end up inviting Robert. Not having ever been a villain, Robert thinks that sounds like a bad idea, but he's persuaded to go anyways. Pushover. When we get there, we see Golem outside because he's
too damn big.
So you offer to buy him a drink, which he happily agrees to. When Robert goes inside, he heads to the bar where Visi is trying to get a drink unsuccessfully. And now, if you went to the movies with her, she'll comment on how it went. You can respond in several different ways, but all of them will lead her to insinuating that sex is inevitable in both of your immediate futures. As you order 2 good whiskeys, Prism, Malevola, and Punch Up will show up, telling the bartender to make it 5. You respond by making it 9 shitty whiskeys. With a very small pet peeve of mine, and by small I mean fucking huge, is that he ends up handing out 10 whiskeys. But as you agree to buy them, they all celebrate, saying they should have invited him a long time ago. They didn't because they think Robert's a fucking narc. And to their credit, you could have tattled on Visi a couple times already.
She disobeyed a direct order. Invisigal punched me in the face.
And you threatened to tattle on Flambe.
You want this in your report?
What, are you gonna snitch on me?
You fucking narc. But depending on what you say to them, one thing you can find out is that they've been meeting together like this since day 1. This is interesting for a few reasons. The first is that they never invited you, which isn't super surprising in and of itself, but the reason they didn't is because they consider you an enemy. And that goes hand in hand with you cutting one of them. They see Robert as an enemy because he had to make hard choices and rein them in when applicable. While it hasn't been an easy transition, they're starting to see you as a friend for what you've done. The other interesting thing about them coming here from day one is that whoever you cut should have been coming here from day one as well, but they're not here now. So for whatever reason, they decided to stop hanging out with the rest of the team once they were cut, which is a bit sad. It's sad because both of them have a close personal relationship with one other person on the team. While Flambe and Prism are close, as well as Visi and Golem being close, those are more of a couple of good personality matches. The two people we could have cut have known someone on the team for many, many years. So it's unfortunate that they don't hang out with the rest of the team even though they aren't on the team. Speaking of the people you cut, as you're giving the team their drinks, the person you didn't cut will stop you to thank you for what you did for them. Sonar says he understands it was probably a by the books, but he's grateful. And Coop is also grateful, but her showing you gratitude is an offer to kill someone for us when we need it. Sweet, in her own fucked up way. Either way, once you're done handing out the drinks, no one wants to sit with Robert. So he sits with the only person who does, Visi. After Robert expresses that he knows everyone on the team dislikes him, Visi reassures him by saying, yeah, no fucking shit they don't like you. You can do any number of things to suck up to them, but that doesn't change the fact that Robert could still be the hero who fucked up their life by putting them in jail. And while the reality of that sentence is that if the hero who caught them hadn't, they would still be criminals instead of heroes, which is arguably a worse life. When Robert expresses this, she says,
see that snark shit.
Visi suggests that he should just come clean and tell them who he is. What are the chances that he busted any of them anyway? And as Robert, you, and I already know, the chances of that are literally 100%. And just like that, we're back in a burning mall, as Flambe comes out of the fire to continue his fight with us in Robert's memory. As we're fighting him, he does surprisingly well and almost gets Robert. That is, until Robert's energy sword cuts off his 2 fingers. Yeah, not exactly the most let bygones be bygones interaction. I do want to say that I did see some people thinking that Robert should apologize for this, and that genuinely had me so confused. Flambe is burning up a mall that had people inside of it. Then after Mecha Man got all of those people out so he wasn't an accessory to murder, he went in to apprehend Flambe. And Flambe goes all out trying to kill Robert during this interaction. And only when Flambe was actually closing in on killing Robert did Robert finally defend himself using a reasonable amount of force. If you think Robert should apologize, you're fucking mental. I understand why Flambe would hold a grudge, but he's genuinely lucky Robert had the restraint not to kill him. Try to understand how easy it would have been for that sword to go through his head instead of his fingers. All while Flambe is seconds away from melting through his suit, cooking Robert alive. But that's in the past now. The present is what Robert has to deal with, and present day Flambe is the reason he can't reveal his identity to the team for fear of how he would retaliate. This is when Visi says something important. She says,
we all pay for who we used to be. The sooner you get it over with, sooner we get a fresh start.
And that's not untrue. It's true not just for Robert, but everyone on the Z team. They've all had to pay for their mistakes. It's why they're able to be here now. So maybe it is time for Flambe to know, or maybe not. That line of thinking is interrupted when a dude comes by to cause trouble. He asks who let this bitch-ass hero into a villain bar. And while Robert thinks they're talking about him, he was actually talking to Visi. Well, looks like an all-out brawl is about to start. Well, let's do this then. That's right, Robert is a normal dude. While he's still incredibly skilled as a fighter, he is susceptible to surprise attacks. He doesn't have an ability like Toxic that lets him heal up. Nope, he gets a good old concussion. During this scene, I was freaking the fuck out though. I thought that the guy had gotten Visi, but 2 seconds later you see everyone with Visi lying in the back. Thank God. We may have missed all the fun, but at least Visi's safe, or at least you think you missed all the fun. That is, until Robert gets thirsty. Yeah, this scene is actually pretty fucking cool. It doesn't really serve any lore-centric purposes. It just serves as a kick-ass fight sequence. It has some great scenes like,
She temporarily blinded me! What do you mean temporarily? They
And Golem getting real excited to be able to join in the fun. Look at how happy he is. Priceless. And when you fail a specific QTE, you're also treated to this scene. Poetic in its simplicity. Either way, the Z team will come out on top with or without you. And I want to say, this fight is sick as fucking hell, but there are a few things in this scene that are worth pointing out. The first and more obvious is that the fight happened because this guy wanted Visi. That's never talked about, but we don't ever find out why they wanted to talk to Invisigal. The only real insight we have into the answer of that question is what Blonde Blazer told us when she was showing us everyone's files, and that's that Invisigal turned herself in a few months ago with the condition that we didn't ask any questions. So whatever the reason is, it seems to have her in Red Ring's crosshairs. So for some reason, Shroud is after Visi as well. What's a little less obvious is that Red Ring knows about everyone in the Z team, at least everyone on the original Z team. I say this because everyone in the Z team is fighting the Red Ring. Everyone except two people. The first is whoever you replaced with the person you cut. Waterboy and Phenomenon won't fight at all during this, and the Red Ring completely leaves them alone. But there is someone else who doesn't fight, but the Red Ring still tries to attack them anyways, and that's Prism. What that means is that the Red Ring knows each person on the Z team that joined before Zonar or Coop got cut. That doesn't really bode well for the person that we cut, but that's a discussion for another time. The other thing I'd like to discuss is what's happening at the taco place. Specifically, Malevola. Now, hear me out. She's kind of being super nice to Robert, don't you think? No one on the Z team even gives Robert the time of day. That is besides Visi and Malevola. Visi is engaged in busting your balls, while Malevola is getting you some ice for your head, making sure you have a straw, and eventually finds Robert's tacos for him. She also thanks him for saucing up a burrito for her.
Thanks, babes. Sauce it up for me and everything.
Some level of affection for him. I think after Robert completely fucks up a ton of Red Ringers, she gets a bit more attracted to him. And while I might be a thirsty ass who wants some 6'6" demon muscle mommy romance, I want to be clear that doesn't mean I'm wrong.
Well, not many finish fights against the Red Ring.
We'll talk more about Malevola in a minute, because once everyone's eaten, they want to know not only how Robert has beef with one of, if not the most dangerous gang of villains in LA, but how he could have beef with them and still be around to talk about it. They want to know what hero we are. And you're presented with the option to tell them that you're Mecha Man or tell them that you're just Robert. And in this case, there is again a correct answer. And some of you might be tired of hearing that. This is a choice-based game. There are no correct answers, but you're wrong. There's almost always correct answers. Real life is no different. For example, right now, you could like and subscribe, but you refuse to. You are willingly choosing the wrong answer to what you should do, and that's okay. It's okay to do the wrong thing sometimes. I prefer the answer I'm going to say is wrong as well, but that doesn't make it the right one. So let's talk about what happens. The wrong answer is when Robert tells everyone he's Mecha Man. The reason it's the wrong answer becomes almost immediately apparent. He talks about who he really is, that not only is he Mecha Man, but insinuating that Robert is a front. But that's counter to almost every single step he's made forward in his life since almost dying in his suit. Realizing that the suit has cost him everything, including his identity as Mecha Man. So the problem with confessing that he is Mecha Man means that in some way he's accepted that fate. He's accepting the fate that he will only ever be fighting in that suit and that he's going to die in that suit. The reality of this becomes even more clear if you choose the other option, but there's still more to talk about this version. So before he tells everyone his identity, he talks about why he's telling them and why he hadn't. He didn't tell them before because he liked them all and he was worried that some of them would no longer like him. But if the team is going to work well together, then there has to be trust between them, so he'll tell them, which he does. And when he does, this basically surprises everyone. Even Visi looks visibly surprised when he says it. While she knows he's Mecha Man, it's not the reveal that he's Mecha Man that surprises her. While she may have said in the bar that the faster we face our past, the faster we can put it behind us, those were just words. There are consequences to Robert's actions, and she can't believe he's actually about to face those consequences. The rest of the team, though, is fucking shook that we're Mecha Man.
No fucking way.
Can't be.
I've said this before when Robert met Blonde Blazer, because as Prism put it,
that's like a real superhero.
While everyone at SDN is a hero, this is another instance where there is a bit of a differentiation between heroes and superheroes. There are only two people who seem to think it fits we might be Mecha Man. The first is our babes, Malevola.
Could be.
If she started liking us after we kicked ass in the bar, she might not think that it's that far-fetched that we're the Mecha Man. The other person is Flambe, and his reaction is not a positive one. In fact, he outright tries to kill us as soon as we tell the team. He uses the full extent of his powers to try and roast us alive. Thankfully, Golem steps in the way, saving Robert's life. The reality is, if Golem hadn't done that, Flambe would have killed Robert right then. It wasn't a threat, it was attempted murder. And if he starts heating up again, if you recruited Waterboy, he'll put out Flambe's anger, and if he doesn't, Demon Bay Malevola will. Thanks, babes. Then Flambe rushes off in a fit of embarrassment, and Robert goes on to say that he was expecting to die when he told everyone this information. Another reason I think it was the wrong choice, he was in a small way ending his life by telling them that information. You can say it was trust, except he knew how Flambe would react. He had no idea that Golem would step in and save him, and that revelation weighs incredibly heavy on everyone there. You can see it in all of their eyes. None of them can look at him in that moment. I think there are three reasons everyone has trouble facing Robert. The first is it sets up that he's actually, well, for lack of a better word, a hero. Mecha Man doesn't just help people, he saves the day. When they all met him, they were acting like children. And when they realized who they were acting like that in front of, they become ashamed. The second reason is because their powers become a lot more heavy at that moment. Each and every one of them has strong powers. And like I said at the beginning of this episode, it seems like that makes you stronger as a human, even if their powers are just something like making things moist. They've all been making fun of him and shit-talking him when he doesn't have a single iota of superpowers, yet he's still the Mecha Man. What made them feel so superior to Robert now makes them feel inferior. And the last thing is what it meant to tell them all his identity. To them, it was just a game or something to bet money on. But for him, revealing it meant Flambe would kill him. And they realized Robert didn't expect to get past that. That in telling them meant risking his life. And he still told them. You could cut the tension with a knife. Luckily, Visi knew all along, so she's not fazed. She ends up telling everyone her name, and everyone follows suit. The entire team grows closer, and the scene comes to a close shortly thereafter. It's not a bad resolution, but we don't know what's going to happen with Flambe now. Is he gone from the team now like Sonar and Kupar? Well, we're going to have to do the other option first before we can find out. If you choose to tell them you're Robert, in contrast to telling them you're Mecha Man, you can see why it's the right choice immediately. He talks about getting a fresh start, getting a clean slate. He talks about being him. Being Robert. He speaks on letting go of the past and moving on. This is important not because he wants to hide that he's Mecha Man, but because he wants there to be a Robert behind the Mecha Man mask. And the people he's talking to are all ex-villains. They've all done terrible things in their life. Some have even committed murder, but that's not who they are today. Who they are now. While Flambe gets upset at this cop-out because I think he suspected that we're Mecha Man for a very long time, Robert does one of the best lines in the franchise.
You're the heroes now. I'm the guy behind the desk.
The entirety of this game has been about helping them become heroes they were meant to be. It's the reason I said you shouldn't cut Coop and why I said you should pick Phenomenon. Robert has sacrificed everything to be Mecha Man. And why should he? The answer should be because no one else can do it. But the Z team can. So isn't it time that the man Robert begins to exist underneath the Mecha Man mantle and now be able to do some things as Robert that Mecha Man could never do? This is why I said this is the right choice. Robert accepts that right now he's not Mecha Man. And if he's never Mecha Man again, which is a possibility, he'll be okay with that. It also lets the team and Visi know that it's not about who you were. You don't have to hold on to the things you did in the past. past. They are a part of you, but they don't have to define you. These choices and their resolution parallel the beginning of the episode. When Robert was lifting up more than he could handle without a spotter, he was training as Mecha Man, not as Robert. Mecha Man is alone, and without a suit, he's just a man. And his suit is currently inoperable. And while Flambe has Robert's back, he doesn't have Mecha Man's. The reality is, if Robert woke up tomorrow and it was a 100% replay of the beginning of this episode, Robert survives getting pinned because he's part of something bigger than himself. He has the Z team and he has Flambe there to spot him. Mecha Man, on the other hand, stays pinned because all he has is a mech that doesn't work. At least not right now. So Flambe never comes to help. Episode 6 starts with Robert inside of the mecha suit. He's going to perform another test to see if the protopulse can withstand the strain that the mecha puts on it. And this time, Visi and Chase are there to see it. And if you told everyone you were Mecha Man, then most of the Z team is there to see it too. They have their bet as to which superhero you are, and they want proof before they pay up. Something I found interesting is that in this bet, Prism guessed correctly. As far as we know, we've only ever had 2 interactions with her. Episode 3's conference meeting, and then when her and Malevola asked us for a hint in the break room. Her comment that
It is so obvious he don't have superpowers
was just an odd one to me based on what we've seen. While they're discussing that, the test goes on, and it all goes exceedingly well right up until it doesn't. The pulse starts to go out of control, and Robert's mecha with it. Everyone panics until finally it explodes. And once again, trying to be Mecha Man almost gets Robert killed. He wakes up 14 hours later in a hospital bed with Chase and Royd by his side. Royd breaks it to Robert that it's over. He's giving up making the pulse, and he says it's too much energy and too small of a package. But that's a lie. Robert will try and change his mind, but Royd is firm in his resolution to stop the tests. And Chase will let us know the real reason after Royd leaves. Chase heard Royd sobbing in the bathroom earlier, and I don't think he was crying because he failed with the new pulse. He's crying because Robert almost died. See, while Robert might have a suicidal need to be Mecha Man, Royd can't stand to put Robert in danger like that any longer. Royd doesn't want to kill Robert, even if Robert's willing to die in the pursuit to be Mecha Man again. Chase at one point will even say something about it. But that's not all Chase has to say. Chase has noticed that Robert and Visi have gotten a little too close for his liking. He's saying we're not being objective and she's clouding our judgment. The problem is he's the one whose judgment is clouded. That's not to say Robert's judgment isn't clouded, but I know Chase's is because I've done a playthrough where I dated Visi and a playthrough where at every turn I treated her as fucking poorly as I would a piece of trash. And both playthroughs, Chase says the same thing. For some reason, just like Robert has a problem when it comes to Flambe, Chase has an underlying scorn for Visi. But almost dying aside, it's been 14 hours since we got knocked out, and that means it's time for work. So off to the dispatch we go. When Robert gets to his desk, he finds Blonde Blazer there dispatching for the Z team. She's glad you're back because working with them, she has a whole new respect for what he does. If you've been courting her, she'll give you quite the big hug as well. She'll reassure Robert about their commitment to work on the pulse, and she's excited for tonight, whatever that means. But we can stew on it later because we have a dispatch to do, and that dispatch is a bit more difficult than the past ones have been. It's not impossible, but if you reveal that you're Mecha Man to the team, then you're down Flambe, which makes it even harder to deal with. This dispatch is one of the ones that's more worth talking about overall. That's because when we finally log on, we find out Blonde Blazer might just be a dumb blonde after all. The first thing we hear when we sit down is,
"So, I'm no dispatch dude, but I don't know if sending Malevola to sub at Sunday school was the move."
"It's okay, baby, we love you all the same." Which, now that I think about it, Malevola in a nun's outfit. This gives the entire team a bit of a reality check, that a lot of their recent success is in no small part because of Robert. And again, it's not to say they haven't grown as people. They have. But being at the right place at the right time is more than anyone's individual efforts. You have been growing them as they've gotten stronger, making the dumbest among them smarter, or the loners better in social situations. It's true that they have all leveled up significantly as heroes, but that doesn't mean that they are capable of doing everything alone. Their relationships have been nourished, and if you're like me, not only have you grown each pair's synergy, but you've tailored each pair, so just by the nature of them being together, you can almost have a 100% success rate no matter what comes their way. But even then, there are situations where different pairs will fail, where another pair succeeds. And even then, you can't always send 2 or more heroes. So you need each hero to be ready for a different situation altogether. What I'm trying to say is the Z team is far more capable than any single superhero. And more than that, they don't add to each other's strengths, they multiply them. And when they're out there, they feel like they can't lose, and their skills make the work easy, but it's not. It's barely held together by Robert sitting behind that desk, making sure each member of the team is being utilized to 110% of their potential. And they've started to notice, specifically Malevola.
Shit, Robert. You're actually cool.
Bro, she likes us. What is this? Why is there no Malevola romance option? The second thing is that if you told them you're Mecha Man, Flambe is gone and no one knows where he is. Everyone expected him to beat the shit out of you in the parking lot, but he hasn't done anything. While it's not something everyone gets bent out of shape about, it is concerning, and not just in the he might try and kill me again way. Our falling out happened right after the Red Ring fight. I was wondering if that had something to do with it when I played through this part. However, if you don't tell them, he's there, chipper as ever. The last thing is that the Red Ring is becoming more active, and it's starting to show in the dispatches. The first bump in we had with them was a little bit ago, but already it feels like half of our missions have to do with them. This doesn't bode well for the future. We know they're run by Shroud, and we can feel the string of fate between Robert and Shroud tightening as it pulls them both closer together. But that'll have to wait until next shift, because this dispatch finishes without a hitch. The Z team is talking about getting together somewhere, and Robert just signs off and says, "See you later, alligator." Obviously, they're up to something, but to be honest, Robert has his mind elsewhere. Robert heads back to the engineering bay and goes to pick up the Mecha Man head from his suit, and when he does, it cuts him. Like, come on. The symbolism is fucking smothering. Robert can't even touch the Mecha Man suit without causing himself harm. The irony of this does not seem to be lost on him either, because the next thing we see is Robert drinking alone on his floor, reminiscing with Beef. And I want to take a moment to focus on this, because it's one of the only times we actually see Robert in his apartment. The apartment has nothing in it except some boxes, a chair, and a small kitchen. He has almost nowhere to sit, nothing to watch, nothing to do. And after every single day at SDN, this is where he comes. The only thing he's added since he started at SDN is the book we see him reading a few episodes ago. I know I've been harping on this, but this is what being Mecha Man has given him. And you might argue that being Robert Robertson, the dispatcher, hasn't given him anything either. But that's where you're wrong. Because as Robert is laying there drinking whiskey straight out of the bottle, talking to his dog, someone invites themselves in. Malevola, Visi, and Royd show up. Malevola holding a chandelier and Royd holding a computer. It turns out that Visi decided to throw you a housewarming party. She invited the whole Z team as well as Chase, Blonde Blazer, and Royd. After the suit almost exploded, Visi realized she'd seen something like it before and decided to enlist the help of the team to track down the original Astro Pulse. With this information, Royd looked through the SDN database and found a match. They tracked it through 4 different buyers. Its trail ended with a crime family that Malevola is familiar with. The reason the rest of the team has been invited is because they all know every villain in the area, and Visi thinks by pooling their knowledge, they might be able to figure out where the pulse is now. And what follows is probably one of the best sequences in the game. It's got great music, wonderful imagery, and while there's not a ton that's happening during it, we're going to talk about it in great detail, don't you worry. But first, and you had to know this was coming, we're going to talk about Malevola. Guys, she's clearly into Robert. And I'm not going to stop talking about it just because you don't have any fucking taste. Malevola's trajectory during the night isn't Robert-centric, but she is clearly being sensual with him in a way she's not with anyone else. There's only a single moment she's remotely flirtatious with another character, and that's Sonar. If you don't cut him, then when all of the dancing starts, she will lead Sonar by the chin to a spot where they can dance. But besides that, she's going out of her way to be physically intimate with Robert. First, she touches Robert's dick on purpose. Now, this could be considered playful broing around, but it's one data point. The next is when she's talking about 3 generations of a family trying to finger her. Robert mistakes that as them trying to pin a crime on her, which she finds funny, and then wraps her arm around his neck, bringing his face right up to her breast. And then, when Roy tells Robert to get some pants on, she tries to touch his dick again. Then, when she goes to get beers, she gives Robert one with her tail, and then caressing him with her tail as she walks by, and before continuing the conversation, stares at him while he talks, smiling. For this one, you could argue that she handed him the beer. The tail touch is circumstantial, and for that I present the second tail caress. While they're both taking a look at the map for no other reason than to caress Robert, her tail glides sensually against his back again. Now, maybe you don't buy it. Maybe you're not convinced. Maybe you think I'm looking too much into it. Okay, you don't think Malevola has the hots for Robert. Fair. But do you know who does? Visi. Each time Malevola does this, where you can see Visi's face, she gets visibly frustrated that Malevola is making a move against Robert. And maybe, just maybe, you could say that's why she's doing it. But the last and most telling touch, Visi is busy talking so she would not see it. Anyway, besides my Malevola ship, there is something else important happening, and it's what I said before anyone arrived. And that's what is being Robert Robertson, the dispatcher, gotten him. And I mean, look at this apartment now. Each light from the team has a way of melding with the person who brought its personality, representing how each one of them is a light in his life, quite literally now. But it's not just the team. Blonde Blazer and Chase brought him a whole ass couch, and while that may seem generous, symbolically it means so much more. Not only does it do the obvious, as in providing Robert with a place to sit that's much more stable than his dinky lawn chair, it also provides him with a comfortable place to sleep. Chase and Blonde Blazer are the reason Robert got his job at SDN. They are the stability and comfort he needs in his life. Robert Robertson, the dispatcher, is rich in friendship. He has happiness, a sense of purpose, friends, sensual tail caresses from hot demonesses. The list goes on, and the person who brought all of that to his apartment and into his life is Visi, a metaphor we're definitely going to talk about much later. But that being said, as much as I wish this scene would go on forever, it can't. Towards the end, whoever you're trying to romance will take you off of the wall and dance with you. And while this dance is quite nice, depending on who you picked will depend on who's watching you disapprovingly. If you chose Blonde Blazer, then when you start dancing with her, Visi will notice and she will look quite solemn. It's sweet, but sad for sure. And it hurt my heart when I saw it. However, if you're dancing with Visi, it won't be Blonde Blazer who's looking sad. It'll be Chase, and it won't be sadness in his eyes, but disapproval. This is when the sequence ends. What happens next is we get to see Chase putting down his glass of whiskey while drunkenly grabbing another beer. You can see he's staring down Visi and Robert, who are talking about the Astropulse. While they're discussing its location, Chase is fucking glaring daggers into them. It is revealed that the warehouse where the Pulse resides is heavily guarded. Chase saying that you need an army to get in. Visi, however, volunteers. You don't need to fight your way through after all, when you can sneak past the defenses. Blazer puts her foot down and says it's not happening. She says this is downtown level shit. Downtown is the A team I mentioned during the tutorial, so the implication is that they are the big hitters. Visi takes offense to this, saying that the Z team is more than a match for anything they would run into. Chase insults the Z team once again, pissing off Visi, but Blazer reiterates that they aren't hitting it tonight. She says that they'll talk with downtown and hit it tomorrow night. Visi is worried it might not be there tomorrow night, and that they should go now. You have a chance to agree with Visi, agree with Blazer, or agree with Chase, but no matter what, Blazer already put her foot down. Visi continues to push, but whether it's the disdain he has towards Visi or the booze, Chase slams his bottle down and starts berating Visi, silencing the whole room. After some back and forth, Chase says something he really shouldn't have. He tells Visi,
"You are no fucking hero."
And really, that is the crux of his disdain for Visi, and for that matter, the whole Z team. He doesn't believe they are heroes. All the good they've done, all the work Robert has done, Chase doesn't buy any of it. Once a villain, always a villain. And Visi, more than anyone else on the team, brings that mentality out of him. He says something that to me, when I heard it, sounded like gibberish, but I'm gonna break it down. He says,
"She thinks she's like you, but she's not. Robert doesn't need to keep going out there with no powers, putting his life on the line to make up for assholes like you. He doesn't need to be Mecha Man to be a hero. You playing them, you playing yourself."
The first and last lines there are a bit more obvious. He thinks that while Visi is acting like a hero, and maybe even believes she's a hero, she's not doing anything heroic by saying she'll go in there alone. The meaning behind the second to last line is also fairly obvious, and that's exactly what it says. Robert doesn't need to be Mecha Man to be a hero. Saying that just because she calls herself Invisigal now doesn't mean she's not Invisibitch. Whether Robert is Mecha Man or Robert is Robert Robertson the dispatcher, he's still a hero. It's not about who you are, it's about what you do. The one line that took me a hell of a long time to work out is, Robert doesn't need to go out there with no powers, putting his life on the line to make up for assholes like you. If you want to think of it as rumblings of a drunk man, that's perfectly acceptable. I think though that what he's saying is, Visi thinks she's being heroic, but she's not. She thinks being a hero means doing the thing she thinks is right, but that's not what being a hero is. It's doing what is right. And while Visi going in there might seem heroic to her, if she goes in and gets trapped, then those are the exact situations that Robert needs to go in and risk his life for. Chase sees going in now as putting herself and others in needless risk, the exact kind of thing that keeps Robert going inside of the suit. He's making up for assholes like her. And I mean, he's not exactly wrong, but there's more to it than that. Remember, while Chase's argument and trepidations with Visi are somewhat valid, he's drunk. So Visi isn't trying to rush in because she can't contain herself. She's not volunteering because she wants to, quote, be the hero. She's volunteering because she's worried the Pulse might not be there tomorrow night. They know where it is right now, and it may move any minute. The longer they wait, the less likely they'll be able to get it. Also, if you think Chase is onto something with this, I will let you know that if you didn't decide to tell the Z team that you're Mecha Man, this drunken rant will reveal the fact quite abruptly to everyone for you.
We don't need to be Mecha Man to be a hero.
Chase, please.
Wait, Robert's Mecha Man?
So when Chase's rant about Visi's self-serving actions putting people like Robert at risk, Chase selfishly puts Robert in unneeded risk by revealing his identity to a room Chase personally believes are untrustworthy villains by performing a self-serving rant about how self-serving Invisigal is. Either way, the argument ends very shortly with Chase continuing his verbal assault against Invisigal, and Invisigal popping him in the fucking mouth. Speaking of getting punched in the mouth, as everyone is wrapping up after what just happened, Flambe knocks on the door, and when you answer, he knocks Robert the fuck out. If you did tell everyone he's Mecha Man, he says he can put your guys' past behind you as long as he gets to slug us a little bit. And honestly, one of the fucking funniest scenes in the entire game. Absolute fucking comedy. This is also the point when he arrives if you didn't tell them. So he is still unaware of your secret identity, but instead of hilarious, it's just a bit awkward. Now we see Robert cleaning up after the aftermath, both literally and figuratively. He's throwing away trash from the night when he runs into Chase sitting outside on the curb. It turns out that Chase couldn't find Robert's apartment, but he wanted to apologize for how things turned out. They go back to the apartment and Chase starts talking with Robert about being a hero and why they do what they do, and by extension, why villains might do the opposite. This is an interesting scene because I don't think it's actually a good representation of the state of the people in it. When Chase asks Robert why he does what he does, all of the answers Robert can give boil down to, because he does. And Chase counters whatever you say with, well, maybe people like Invisigal are the opposite of that. And I haven't talked about why Chase hates villains so much yet, because I think this moment is the right time. Chase constantly talks about how good people are good and bad people are bad, but he knows at least somewhere that's not right. Robert can say he'd kill Shroud if given the opportunity. You can see Phenomenon become a nuisance to society. Whether Chase likes to admit it or not, the villains of the Z-Team do good, and they do a lot of good. It's not a one-to-one, and Chase knows it, even though he's talking here that he believes in a born evil. This isn't a position that Chase reasoned himself into. It's one he gained because of a lingering resentment of having been a hero. I think Chase sees himself, Robert Blazer, and other heroes like them as an unnecessary good, and that the only reason they have to do what they do is because villains have to do what villains do. So the only reason that heroes exist is because there are villains that need to be stopped. You can see this a bit in the statement I picked apart earlier.
Robert doesn't need to keep going out there with no powers, putting his life on the line to make up for assholes like you.
We talked about what it meant for Robert and Visi, but I didn't talk about what it meant for Chase. Chase is only supposed to be 39 years old. As far as I can tell, Chase is only 5 or 6 years older than Robert. He looks this old because his powers cause him to age 50 times faster than normal while he uses them. Well, what does that situation have to do with him hating the Z-Team, you might ask? To answer that question, let's examine something else first. Chase looks like he's roughly 80 years old, so he's about 41 years older than he looks. What that means is that he's used his powers for a total of about 7,000 hours. To put it into context for you, an Olympic level runner, someone whose entire life revolves around only running, runs for about 1,500 hours a year. In another sense, if Chase did nothing but run for a full 8-hour shift, so no bathroom breaks, no eating, no talking to a coworker, no quippy one-liners when taking out a villain, it would take him 3.5 years to run that much. What I'm saying is that Chase stopped a lot of villains, and it cost him years of his life. He loves Robert, and he hates seeing Robert put his life on the line, but not only because he loves Robert, because that's what Chase did. Chase doesn't have the exact same scars as Robert does. He's got no scars on his back, no bullet wounds, no burn marks, but his body is no less irreversibly changed. I said much earlier in the video that using powers seems to have a cost to the people who use them. So Chase hates the Z-Team, not because of what they did in the past, and maybe not even necessarily because he doesn't think they can change. He hates the Z-Team because their past actions caused people like Robert, people like himself, to have to stop them. And why is it that they get another chance when Chase and Robert's scars will never heal? Chase thinks he'll never be Trackstar again, and that fuels his thoughts that Robert will never be Mecha Man again. Who knows how long Chase may have tried to fix his powers, all while making himself older and older in the process. Seeing Robert nearly kill himself to fix his suit just so he can go out and stop villains from doing shit they should have never been doing in the first place is just too much. He can't even fuck anymore.
Another thing I can't do anymore. Fuck.
Bro can't fully appreciate the fucking talent he's surrounded by. And well, it's left him bitter, unable to look past his issues and see the Z-Team as what they might be, heroes. Robert, on the other hand, reminisces about the night Visi smoking on the swing, giving up the competition to not get cut. That in his talk with her, he realized he could have grown up to be a bad person without his father or Chase there to guide him. And like, what a fucking awful take. Like, I understand that a person could come to that conclusion, but not Robert. Just a few hours ago, Robert was laying in his empty apartment drinking a bottle of whiskey, talking to his overweight chihuahua. Just a couple of the non-hero things he could have done before this: beat the shit out of a reporter and drop a man off the very balcony they're standing on. He doesn't even have powers. More than that, he knows nothing about Invisigal's past. For all he knows, she grew up next fucking door to him. She could have superhero parents. I'm not saying she didn't have a tough rough upbringing, but he definitely can't say that she did. He has no fucking clue one way or another. So why does he say this? Because Robert is not perfect, and it's what Chase needs to hear. The reality is, while Robert doesn't know shit about Invisigal, Chase knows even less. And that part seems to bug him the most. Chase is caught up in the entire situation, upset at the Z team with a particular grudge against Visi. Every other member on the Z team was caught, and Invisigal turned herself in. For some reason, that doesn't make her more redeemable than the rest of the team to Chase. It makes her less. And that's kind of interesting thing about this scene. Both of these men are flawed. They give emotionally charged arguments, and their logic doesn't follow what they're talking about. Visi's powers have nothing to do whether she turned out good or bad, and I personally think this is one of, if not the worst scene in the game. But you may see it differently. Either way, Chase says he'll think about it more and try to see it from a different point of view. With that, they head back inside, where Robert's computer is beeping. It turns out that Visi didn't like the idea of waiting until tomorrow, so she went to the warehouse today. And as it turns out, she was right the whole time. There are dozens of supervillains there tearing apart the base, trying to get the Astral Pulse, and she's requesting help finding it before anyone else does. Robert will help her out, getting to the safe as best as he can, directing her and helping her in any way he's able to. Once she reaches the safe and it gets open, she finds the Astral Pulse inside. However, there's a bit of a concern with that, because if you fail to hack open the vault, which it's one of the more difficult hacks in the game, then the safe opens anyways. Not only does the safe open up, but the fighting outside stops and the lights go out. As Invisigal proceeds with caution, it turns out she wasn't cautious enough. Shroud appears behind her and knocks her to the ground, throwing a smoke grenade at her, which, if you take a second to inspect, shows something I've said before. Shroud knows of the Z team. The only reason he would even use a smoke grenade here like he does is because he's aware she has asthma. Him kicking away her inhaler reinforces that's why he threw it. And with Visi's asthma, he's basically killing her. With no inhaler and smoke surrounding her, no one will be able to reach her in time to save her. Well, almost no one.
Keep up.
No! That's right. The one person who can get there to save her in time is the person who hates her the most. With Chase's super speed, he's able to get her to a safe location in seconds and get her stable with an inhaler. The problem with that is the cost of using his powers. And while Visi is safe now, Chase collapses onto the ground, motionless, and that's the end of the episode. However, that's not the end of me talking about the episode. There are 3 things I want to discuss. The first is something I'm going to only mention, and that is Visi going there when she's not supposed to. The reality is there is a lot that needs to be talked about with this, and there is a better time to speak on it, so don't think I'm forgetting it just because I'm not talking about it. The second thing I want to talk about is Chase's powers. It's clear he can move faster than 50 times the speed of a normal person. He covers the distance of a lot of the city in just a handful of seconds twice. So I don't want to argue about how much or how little this has aged him based on time, but I will argue that what we know is that his powers seem to make it so that whatever he does when he's sped up is how much he ages. Like I said very early on, some kind of time dilation power. So he would have aged the amount of time it would take him to do everything he did in real time. So maybe just a day or 2 at most. The reason I think he collapses is because he's old, and that amount of exertion might not have been enough to age him to the point of death, but if you made an elderly person do that much effort, even in a reasonable amount of time, they might collapse as well. The last thing I want to talk about is that there's a rat in the Z team, and while it could be any one of them, there are people who are more likely to be moles than the rest. And why must there be a mole, you ask? Well, multiple reasons. The first is the bar fight. The villains didn't attack the new hire of the Z team. The second is because it can't be a coincidence that the Red Ring found the Astral Pulse. I mean, obviously it could be, but it's incredibly unlikely that it happened on the exact same day we all did. So who is it? Well, there's one candidate that is most likely of all, Blonde Blazer. And some of you might think that's insane, but there was only one person in that whole room who truly stopped us from going to get the Astral Pulse that night, and it was Blazer. This isn't the only shot she has against her, but the rest are just potential hints. The first is that she's practically a perfect superhero. She's so perfect it can seem like an act, and maybe that's what it is. She has also been trying to seduce us. She was giving us kiss me vibes at the beginning, and seems upset whether we kiss her or don't. don't. So maybe that affection was manufactured. Also, when you talk about spending millions, she finds that incomprehensible.
You're serious. Millions.
This is the only time anyone shows an affinity for money in the game, so it could be subtle evidence that she's a greedy person. And while none of these are enough to say she's obviously the traitor, it doesn't change that the decision not to go tonight made the villain's heist possible. And say she doesn't send a team tonight, Blazer could have had a hero or two stand watch at the docks to make sure Visi's fears were never realized. This would have put Visi's mind at ease and ensured they can hold off until they talk to downtown. Her lack of urgency doesn't look good when clearly there was a need for urgency. Speaking of urgency, that leads to our second most likely culprit, Visi. The evidence for Visi is actually much weaker than Blonde Blazer. There are two things that make Visi suspicious. The first is that we still don't know what brought her to SDN. We have no idea what caused her to turn herself in. The second is that we know the Red Ring wanted to talk to her, but we don't know why. She has also, like Blazer, been trying to seduce Robert. What makes her less likely than Blazer, though, is that if Visi was the mole, then the night had no reason to turn out like it did. Visi didn't have to do anything for the pulse to end up in Shroud's hands. If she hadn't gone there, they would have gotten it without issue. Like I said, if you fail the final hack, the safe opens anyways. And then at the end, when Shroud almost kills her, it wasn't final. But what's the point of putting on that show? Again, she could have done nothing and it would have ended up the exact same. It just doesn't make sense. One argument you could use is that she's working with Shroud but wants the pulse for herself, but even that falls apart under scrutiny. If that was the case, why did she tell Shroud about the location? She could have gotten it alone without telling him the location. The point is it could be Visi, but everything that happened that night makes no sense if it is her, which makes her far less likely. And none of them explain her wanting the Z team to get there first in case something like this happened. The next two people that we're going to talk about have more of a known motive than the other people we've talked about, but showed no signs of doing anything that might show they are the mole. And that's the friends of the person you cut, either Punch Up or Malevola. The argument for them is weak in comparison to the other two, but it's not impossible. We have evidence that the person we cut told the Red Ring about the people on the Z team in the bar fight, because the Red Ring never tried to fight the person who replaced them, but that's really about where the red flags end. The next person did things that could be considered suspicious, but lacks any real motive, besides potentially just hating Robert, and that's Prism. You might think that's fucking crazy, but there are a few things that make me suspicious of her. The first is that in the bar fight, she never really fights. She does a single attack when singing, but she never helps any of her teammates and just dances there while it's all going on. There were two people who did try to attack her, but all she did was blind them, a claim we have no way of verifying. Next, she was on her phone as she arrived at Roberts and recording the fallout of the whole fight between Chase and Visi. She could have been gathering information to give to the Red Ring. Again, this is a weak case, but it's not impossible. The last person is Royd. No. Not in a weird twist kind of way, but it's possible the computer from the office is bugged, and honestly, Robert's apartment as a whole could be compromised. Robert brought Toxic here after all, and it's completely possible that after finding out his location, he had it bugged in case Robert ever found the pulse. And this argument is made stronger by Robert being alive. Why didn't Shroud kill him when he was invulnerable? One reason is because Shroud knew he didn't have the pulse any longer. And how could he know he didn't have the pulse any longer before the press conference? Because he bugged the apartment. Not concrete, but plausible. At this point, this is all speculation, but I wanted to bring each one of these people up because it's worth thinking about. I said before this, the game has an episodic release, and this episode had a lot of people chatting about who it could be. Most people settled on Blazer, and for good reason, but I wanted to bring it up because almost no one will have to wait to think about it ever again, but they'll still be wrong. But either way, things are starting to ramp up. Episode 7 starts off with the sound of a child crying. That child is Robert, and he's crying because his father is away on business, and he misses him. We get to see a super young Chase here with Robert, trying to console him. Eventually, Chase offers to go and buy something for Robert, and Robert can pick between booze, cigars, and Twinkies. And if you're a sane person who picked Twinkies thinking no matter what you picked, he would turn you down and get Twinkies anyway, you're wrong. Chase will get cigars or malt liquor if you ask him to. Young Robert will obviously not be able to handle it, so Chase gives him the Twinkies he bought, knowing that Robert wouldn't be able to handle it. So in a way, if you thought Robert would end up with the Twinkies no matter what, you were right. But that brings us back to the dreary reality we're in now. Chase is laying in the bed with no sign of getting up, and Robert sitting beside him with Blazer in the room as well. Robert talks about his relationship with Chase, when Blazer eventually addresses the situation, and that situation is that Visi has been suspended and she thinks Robert should consider cutting her. She feels like Robert and her have already cut someone for far less than what just happened. And while that might be true, I'm not going to talk about Visi and whose fault it is yet, but that doesn't mean everyone else isn't going to. Once Blazer is done, she gives you a $5 so you can go to the break room and get a snack. The machine won't take your $5, but luckily you'll meet Waterboy, who hands you a soggy $5 to trade. As you're trying it, you'll find out he's not taking the news of what happened with Chase very well. It's clear he's visibly upset and thinks it should be Visi lying in the bed instead. We can either agree with him, or we can say that Chase knew the risks and did what he thought he had to do. We get to see just how upset he is in the situation, because when we finally dried the new $5 and the Twinkies get stuck, Waterboy helps get them unstuck. With that, it's already time for the next dispatch. Robert explains the situation, that Visi is suspended and that Chase is in critical condition, and that sets the tone for the shift. It's quiet. There's almost no banter from anyone on the team. Golem ends up getting shit-faced and puking all over a high school. Flambe brings up the reality that Chase might die, and with the rain coming down as hard as it is, it sets that kind of mood. It's not a hard dispatch, it just is. It feels like everyone's going through the motions. You'll probably finish it with little to no issues at all, even with someone missing. And when you do, the team begins talking about meeting up somewhere. In typical Robert fashion, he asks absolutely no questions and packs up and gets ready to head out. And as he's leaving, Punch Up gets punched out through the door of the conference room. Robert then follows him back into the conference room to see what was going on. The Z team was just discussing what to do with Visi. SDN is getting blamed for what happened at the docks, and they feel that Invisigal has put everything the entire Phoenix program is at risk, and they want her gone. Everyone is in agreement with this except for a couple exceptions. While Waterboy is against Visi staying, Phenomenon does not give a shit either way.
I only came in as I thought we were playing Magic the Gathering tonight. I am hoping we still may.
Same. Golem is outright against it. He is her synergy partner after all, and we know they are close friends. And then if you told the team that you were Mecha Man, Flambe also wants her to stay. He lost his cool, but the team still let him back in. Otherwise, he's against it just like everyone else. Basically, for the team, it boils down to Robert already cutting someone on the team for far less, just like Blazer said. That cut was, as they put it, just to send a message. And while they may or may not have accepted that cut personally, there's no reason that Sonar or Coupe should have been cut, but not Visi now. And here we come to the single hardest decision in the game, because they make a compelling point, and to their credit, they convinced some of you as well, because about 80% of people went out with Visi, but only 70% of them didn't cut her. While those aren't huge numbers, if I had to sacrifice an innocent civilian to keep Malevola around, I would. So I don't blame you. As for the 70% of people who kept Visi, I have to assume that a lot of them think she should go, but are just too thirsty to let it happen. But like many of the choices before, there is a right decision, and all too often, it's the choice people don't want to make. So let's finally talk about Visi going into that warehouse when she was explicitly told not to, and the aftermath of that choice. First, we should talk about the aftermath. Chase is in a coma and SDN is getting blamed for what happened. Let's talk about the easier one first, and that's SDN getting blamed. The team feels like she's put everything they've worked for on the line because she went out there by herself. But Why? Because she wasn't supposed to? Because we told her not to? The reality is, Visi isn't the only person on the team who signs up for a mission that you can't unsign them up for. I mean, for fuck's sake, Waterboy does it all the time. Does that make it right for Visi to do it? No, it doesn't. But any mission that SDN gets a call for can fail, and guess what? It can fail because that person forced their way onto the roster. So saying that Visi forcing herself to go when explicitly told not to is not criticism that anyone on the team can escape. Any one of the missions that fail could be blamed on SDN. This one isn't a special case, so whether or not she needs to be cut should not be weighed against this specific criticism of the mission going badly. That doesn't mean she shouldn't be cut, it just means that this piece of criticism is irrelevant to that decision. The next thing we should talk about is Chase. It's clear that for a lot of people, his condition is weighing heavily on their minds. He wouldn't have had to do what he had to do if not for Visi. And if that sounds familiar, that's because this is exactly what Chase was talking about last night. He was talking about how people like him and Robert are always cleaning up for people like the Z team's mistakes, and it costs them dearly to have to do it, and they blame her for that. The issue with that is no one knows that more than Chase himself. No one on this team has had to pay anywhere near the same prices that Robert or Chase has, and Chase obviously has had an incredible amount of disdain for not only Visi but the entire Z team. While he has been coming around, he's never made his distaste a secret. So doesn't that mean it was her fault Chase is hospitalized? And the answer is no. Chase didn't have to save Visi. He knew what the price of that act would cost, and he paid it willingly. To be clear, Visi is no more to blame for Chase going to save her than Robert would have been to blame for Visi going into the warehouse in the first place so that she could save his powers. Because they both went somewhere they shouldn't be to save someone that they care about. But still, that doesn't mean we shouldn't cut her. It just means that Chase being incapacitated is not her fault. And again, this also shouldn't be used as an argument for why we should cut her. So let's talk about her decision to go in there in the first place. Visi disobeyed a direct order to wait from Blonde Blazer herself. I already talked about how everyone has done something similar and missions have failed for the explicit reason that they signed up for that mission. So no one on the team is free from this criticism. However, the question is this time different? And the answer is yes, this time is different in that she had to go. The exact criticism Visi raised during the party is that
tomorrow night? This thing's not gonna sit still for that long. If we don't grab it, someone else will.
If the question of whether or not SDN should go in at all was already decided, and it was,
we take the day to plan it with downtown and hit the warehouse tomorrow night.
Then the red ring being there before Visi even arrived means that if she didn't act, the mission would have ended up in failure before it even began. The team is right. Going in there isn't SDN approved operating procedures. It's superhero operating procedures. Mecha Man was never part of an organization. He was a solo hero who operated on an ironclad moral compass. When Flambe was a villain, the law enforcement said that Robert shouldn't go into pursuit once all the civilians were out safe, but he did anyways. As I just said, Chase didn't have to go in to save Visi, but he knew that if he didn't, she wouldn't make it. And if Visi didn't go into the warehouse, she knew the pulse would be gone. Do not let the fact that Visi's actions line up with her original argument trick you. If Blonde Blazer had sent a team to monitor the warehouse, they would have acted the exact same way Visi did. We can't assume that Visi would have gone in there whether it was being raided or not, because it was being raided. The reality is Visi didn't do anything wrong, and I mean that. She did the right thing at the right time for the right reasons, but that still doesn't mean she shouldn't get cut. So why should we cut her? Well, let's look back at when we cut Sonar and Coop again. Why did we do that? People keep saying it was for far less, or that it was to send a message. But what was that message? Well, let's look at the circumstances. The Z team was failing. Chase wanted to cut the whole team. They weren't just the worst people on the leaderboard. The best person on the Z team had less than a third of the points of the worst hero on every other team. And Flambe was cheating. He was starting fires so that he could put them out.
Yo, Flambe! About your position at the top of the leaderboard. I took a little peek at your file. Apparently you contain more fires than anyone else on the team.
His score wasn't even real. The team needed to change. And let's look at the cut. Everyone keeps saying we cut someone for less, but did we? We didn't cut Sonar or Coop. I mean, technically we did, because technically you have to choose one of them. What I mean is, we gave everyone on the team heads up that a cut was happening. Everyone knew they needed to give it their all, but still they chose to sabotage and half-ass it that day. The only person who really stepped up was Prism and Visi. The team proved that day that all of them needed a person on the team to be cut. Not through their words, but their actions. And actions speak much louder than words. The message we sent by cutting them is that if you don't want to be here, then you won't be. And the message was received. I've talked at great lengths about how far the Z team has been coming, and that cut was the start of all of it. Of course, we didn't want to cut them, but we had to. And let's look at the team now. They're discussing Visi's failure, coming together and voting to cut her. And why do you think that is? It's because that's what we did. They're emulating us, trying to be the best versions of themselves. And it feels like some kind of cosmic fairness that Visi would deserve to be cut. But life's not fair. At least we can't always understand why something we see as unfair is not actually unfairness. Kicking Sonar or kicking Coop was the last ditch effort to save the team, and it worked. You can see that by everyone standing around calmly voting her off. So back to the message. What would the message be if we kicked Visi when the whole team has shown vast improvements for making the right call? The message would be, we don't forgive mistakes. And that message stands counter to everything the Z team stands for. So how can I, after saying all of that, still think we should cut Visi? I fucking don't. I was leading your asses on. Flambe literally tries to kill Robert, but he's let back on the team. And I agree with him being let back on the team. If I could, I would let Sonar or Coop back on the team, because the team has clearly learned what it means to be heroes. And Sonar or Coop could still benefit from that when we let them go. Flambe starting a fire because he's mad, Waterboy causing an accident because he's nervous, Prism pulling a knife out on Punch-Up, Golem knocking Robert across the room. All of these are bad, but they've done so much worse in their lives, and they're getting better every day. So in the end, the right choice is to not cut Visi. But whether or not you make that choice, Visi will have heard what you've decided, because she was in the room all along. Robert follows after her. She went down to the locker rooms, and when we find her, she's changing. Whether you ultimately decide to cut her or not, she's going to be understandably upset, because no matter what you decide, the team still voted to cut her, and that's gonna sting. This interaction with her has some of the most variability in tone and reactions of any of the conversations you get in the game. I'm going to treat the whole conversation as if you cut her or you didn't, and I'm not going to discuss the nuance of cutting her and being nice or keeping her and being mean. This video is already long enough, and we still haven't reached the finale. So Visi feels like this is the last time she'll ever see you again, either because you cut her or because the team doesn't want her and she doesn't want to be around people that don't want her. And Robert can either tell her that she brought this on herself, and Robert isn't the one who chose to cut her, she chose to cut herself when she went out into the field doing exactly what she wasn't supposed to, and he blames himself for that. Or he can say, to a much lesser extent, what I said when I was defending the decision not to cut her, that she feels responsible for what happened to Chase, but whether she wants to hear it or not, that's not her fault. And it doesn't matter what she or the rest of the Z team think, nothing is going to change that. She knew the risks and almost paid the price for Robert. The only reason she didn't is because Chase knew the risks and paid that price for her. Visi begins to shut down. She says the team is right no matter what we chose to do, that she isn't worthy of anyone's love or forgiveness because she could never repay say it. Robert doesn't understand, but then she reveals that she was there the night Robert raided Shroud's base. She was the one who placed the bomb on the Becca's back. She needed an augment to help her asthma, and Shroud gave her one for a debt that equated to years of servitude, a debt that would be paid in full if she put the bomb on Robert's back. She feels responsible that Robert is no longer Mecha Man. She says that right after placing the bomb, she quit the Red Ring, which led to her augments not working because they were disabled, leading her to join the Phoenix program the very next day. At this point, you can either forgive her or not, and there's a reason only 5% of people decide not to forgive her, and that's because they want all the achievements in the game. Because if you decide not to forgive her, you truly have no idea what game you've been playing. I can go on about it, but Robert says it better than I ever could.
You did villain shit while you were a villain. Does it change things that you directed at me? No, it doesn't. That's in the past. You're not the same person that was there that night, neither am I.
Unless you hate everything the Z-Team is and stands for, Visi is not the first person to ever try and kill Robert, and he's not even the first person on the Z-Team to try and kill him. Flambe is, and he might have tried to do it twice. The entire point of the Z-Team is that everyone there has a past, and they're trying to make up for it, each and every one of them. If Robert can't forget Visi for what she did to him, he has no right to be leading the team. If you do forgive her, though, she's left pretty speechless.
That's sweet, but I feel numb.
She can't believe that you would be willing to forgive her for what she did. And I mean, of course we can. Robert is here because he cares. The very first scene of this game has Robert on his back talking calmly about his relationship with his father to a henchman, for all intents and purposes, was in the exact same position Visi was. Robert has always had it in him to look past the evil deeds the people he's met have done, and Visi is no different. Fuck. I mean, we've seen how Robert lives. His life before Visi blew his ass out of the sky was fucking miserable. If anything, he wouldn't be out of his mind to thank her. When the party was in full swing, I talked about what each person brought to the party, and I said Invisigal brought the Z-Team. If he was still in that mech, never having joined SDN, he would have been a fucking mess. Visi is a small part of the reason he's here at SDN at all, and if anything, she was just a part of something greater, and that's Shroud's gang, the Red Ring. That's who was ultimately responsible for him getting blown out of the sky, and Robert knows that. It's a lot for Visi to take in, but she tries to, and while she does, she confides in us.
All I wanted from this was for you to look at me the same way you look at Blazer, even if it was just once.
I don't know what you mean by that.
And from what I've seen, most of you don't either. She's not talking about have him look at her with love and affection. She's talking about having him look at her like this. All Visi wants to do is be a hero. That's why she joined the Phoenix team. That's why after her first big mission, she was so happy. Even though the granny store went poorly in Robert's eyes, to see such improvement in herself meant so much. It's why she took a picture of her score when she didn't get cut. It's why she went after the Astropulse. She's been invisible all her life, and she wants someone to see her for the person that she wants to be, a hero. After she says this, she'll leave and then come back and lay one on you. After this, Robert takes beef to keep Chase company, and then he needs a drink. On his way to the bar, Blazer texts Robert asking what they should tell the press. The press knows there was a hero from SDN at the warehouse last night, and she wants to know if she should reveal that Chase was there or vilify Visi. The choice is up to you. At this point, you've probably already made up your mind anyways. Then we see Robert drinking in the Sardine, where the bartender and some old guy are making fun of Chase or Visi for getting fucked up at the warehouse. This infuriates Robert, and he ends up breaking his glass in his hand. The old man apologizes and gets him another drink. Eventually, the TV will show the information he told Blazer to tell the press, and the bartender will talk about motorboating Blazer's ass. This will cause Robert to either break a glass on his head or let it slide, and ultimately, the old man will put a bullet through the guy's brain. Pour one out. We lost a real one that day, boys. But the old man will say,
I respect her. Blazer.
and reveal himself to be Shroud. While he does this, the entire bar goes silent. And that's when Robert realizes the entire bar is Red Ring. Shroud asks for someone to take care of us, and we are then reunited with whichever Z team member we cut. After a nice torture session, Sonar Coop will tell Shroud that Robert should have talked by now. To which Shroud comments, "I thought you wanted revenge," as in he thinks they're not torturing us enough. So he pulls out a revolver and tells us a story about how he killed Robert's father. But I've said the comics are sketchy at best, and this is what I mean. I have no idea why Shroud would lie about this, but in the comics, this is not how Robert's father dies. It only takes a single bullet in the comics, so either Shroud is lying here or the comics are inaccurate. And I have very good reason to believe the Blazer comic took liberties with Phenomenon and her breakup. So even if it's revealed that this comic is canon, I can't believe that 100%. Unless the scene is ever put into the game and it's shown that Shroud is lying, I will continue to assume that he is telling the truth here. He then asks us where the Astropulse is because he knows Visi gave it to us, to which Robert tells him he doesn't because, he doesn't. That'll surprise Shroud, who will then proceed to show us a video of what Visi did during the few seconds we lost sight of her after she got the pulse. It shows us that she pockets the pulse, and while this is concerning because she was literally just on the verge of tears telling us that she couldn't get the pulse back when she had it the whole time, what went through my head when I saw this wasn't that she took it for herself, it was that she was thinking the exact same thing I was talking about at the end of the last episode, and that's that there is likely a mole in the party that night. If Visi is not the mole, then that means someone else has to be. And depending on who it is, then giving us the pulse would have been bad, and everyone else would have been in danger. So my first thought wasn't that she betrayed us, it was that she was protecting the pulse from Shroud. This is when Blazer blows through the fucking door. And I want you to understand my headspace on this one. I am currently thinking that there was a mole in the party last night, and Visi specifically is hiding the pulse from whoever that mole is. And who shows up to save me during that line of reasoning alone? Right after Shroud finds out we don't have the pulse and lets me know exactly who does? Blonde Blazer. First, Shroud killed the bartender for insulting Blazer by wanting to motorboat her ass cheeks. And come on, who doesn't? But that's a level of respect to one's enemies that makes me think it might be the respect one would give to their allies. But that aside, fuck is she hot and cool. It's alright, babe, I'll forgive the backstab when it comes. Don't worry, I can put mistakes behind me. She then tells everyone that SDN is on its way, and Sonar or Coop call her bluff.
Oh, shit.
Shroud will either pistol whip Sonar or glare at Coop for disrupting Blazer. Who said chivalry is dead? Then she proceeds to drop one of the coolest fucking lines in the game.
I can see I'm outnumbered. That eventually I would fall. But by my read, I'm taking a lot of you with me. So all of you can leave now. Or half of you can die here.
With this, Shroud retreats with his goons, and I want to talk about this. As of right now, whether Blazer is the traitor or not is unclear to us, the player, but I wanted to say, how the fuck did she find us? And I know we can ask that, and she'll say she tracked our phone, which, okay, sure, that's how you find us, but why did you find us? What reason does she have to think Robert was under attack? I've watched this scene. There's no evidence that he sends a text message, so how does she know? I can't think of any other reason besides that she's working with Shroud. That doesn't mean there isn't one, but I just can't find it. The only theory I have is that somehow their SDN shirts have a heartbeat monitoring, and that's why she knew. But then why don't they have tracking, and why did she have to look at her phone? Again, it just seems like the most likely answer is that she is working for Shroud. Either way, She takes us to the same billboard she took us in the first episode. She asks Robert if he's sure Visi took the pulse, and he says that he is. He saw the video and has no reason to doubt the validity of it. She can't think of why Visi would do that besides to keep Robert out of the suit, and Robert can say what he thinks on the subject. I want to answer the question of why Visi took the pulse, but the answer to that is gonna have to wait until we've seen everything else in the game, because now's not the time. Either way, Robert's beat to shit, so he'd like to take a second to just rest, but that's a second that will never arrive, because right as he's settling down, the city breaks out into pure fucking chaos. Blazer hops up to look towards the direction of the explosions, but the direction is all around the city, and Red Ring is causing mayhem on a scale that's never been seen before. It looks like a war zone out there, and you can tell Blazer is about to fly off, but then...
You're not leaving me here again.
Whatever Shroud is planning, whatever Visi did with the pulse, whether or not Blazer is working with Shroud or someone else is, it's all coming to a head because Shroud started his endgame, and it's time for the final chapter of the story. The start of the finale shows us the background character aptly named Mr. Whiskey making a mean cup of coffee with a definitively needed kick. That's because when we see the office, it's in utter fucking chaos. The Red Ring is attacking everyone, and SDN is all out of heroes to send, which is why Blazer tells us to hold down the fort because the city needs all hands on deck. It's the middle of the night. Robert just had the shit beat out of him not even an hour ago, and Red Ring is blowing up everything. So that means it's time for a dispatch, and...
Oh shit, is this it?
And yes, it is. This is going to be the magnum opus dispatch, where everything comes to a head, and we're starting out with 3 heroes, and not a single one of them has a synergy with another. That is to say, it's gonna get rough out there. The shift is going to throw a shit ton of missions at us without relenting, and depending on if you cut Visi or not, it will affect different people's morales. Luckily, failing every mission has never had any real consequences, so it's just for show, right?
Robert, see that bar on the top left? That's Torrance, or what's left of it. We need to stop the Red Ring before they wipe us off the map.
Now, we have a failure condition on top of being short-handed.
Fuck you!
Some of them being bummed the fuck out at an insanely high mission failure rate. What else could possibly go wrong? Well, that's jumping ahead. For the first time, the entirety of this dispatch actually tells a bit of a story, and I'm going to talk about it. First, right off the bat, you're dealing with 4 missions. The hero's favorite bar is under attack, there's a bomb in City Hall, an experimental monster is on the loose, and the mayor refuses to evacuate. Did I mention we only have 3 heroes? Once you finish these 4 missions, you'll get a ping from one of the Z-Team trackers, but it's been dampened, so Robert needs to go undampen it in order to find their location. Before that, something really special happens. If you're not paying attention, you'll miss it. You'll get a mission, Help Brain Book. This is actually a really cool development. If you don't remember, in the first episode, there's a few heroes that show up. They are Phenomenon, Pom Pom, Sweet Talker, Brick House, and Equilibrium. These are the heroes that make up the fabled Downtown branch. Why am I saying this is important? Because these are the poster children of SDN. They are the A-listers, the true talent. Each one of them are actual superheroes, and they're requesting Z-Team's help. And not just one of them. If you take long enough, you will help each and every one of them complete a mission. This is the team that would have handled breaking into the warehouse, but they can't handle this without us. This shows not just how bad the state of the city is, but how far the Z-Team has come. But we can geek out another time, as it's time for us to save the first trapped hero, Flambe. When you do save him, Malevola comes back and gives us another line I just fucking love.
Anyway, what'd I miss? Oh my god! Oh, not much! Just the end of the fucking world! Good to know. I reckon we're gonna try and put a stop to that.
That's right, babes. We are gonna save it. Regular rioting has broken out, as well as Red Ring trouble, and then we have to choose whether we want to save the hero who we didn't kick or the hero that replaced the hero we cut. Another bomb shows up. The heroes we're missing seem to all be captured in one way or another by the Red Ring, and if you didn't cut Visi, she shows up to help with this dispatch at this time. If you did, she doesn't. And I really want to say how fucked up it is if you cut her. I know I'm harping on this, but fuck you specifically. Then when we can save the other hero who needs our help, Sweet Talker, another of the A-Team heroes, request the Z-Team's aid once again. After saving them, dozens of other pings begin hitting, and it's just too much, so Robert takes things into his own hands. He goes up to find the other person that you could have recruited but didn't, and he tells them to get the fuck out there and get ready to put in hours, because we need all hands on deck. Now, with a new hero on our team, it's time to kick it into gear. When we get back to the dispatch screen, we have 5 missions that need our immediate attention. We find out why the Kaiju's mother from earlier was missing, and it's because the Red Ring put a mind control collar on her. The downtown branch at SDN is falling apart under the pressure of the attacks. Prism's rival needs help getting the fuck out of here. There's a bomb in the stadium, and the Cult of Chad is summoning their god. Easy. Nothing the Z-Team can't handle. Once most of them are done, Robert needs to help some students escape a lockdown university. Once all of this is handled, we're doing too good of a job, if you could call it that. There are too many calls happening all over the city for us to only be confined to Torrance. Instead, we start getting calls forwarded to us from all over LA. And as icing on the cake, whoever you kicked from the Z-Team shows up again, and this time with a whole lot of Red Ring backup. They are the de facto final boss of dispatching. They will gain a health bar just like the city, and unless you beat them several times, they will continue to blow up parts of the city until we lose. So buckle up, it's gonna be a bumpy ride. We then find out one of the big reasons the Red Ring is able to cause so much chaos is because they're handing out their signature check to any gang who wants it. Besides that, a second bomb has hit the sewers, Mr. President. This is also when the third downtown superstar Pom Pom needs our help. She needs help evacuating citizens. There's also a roadblock, but this is small potatoes. In fact, almost all of these missions are literally just a joke, because the single most important mission the SDN has ever or will ever need to take care of is called in. Vanderstink's girlfriend needs a large iced matcha green tea latte with oat milk, not goat milk, oat milk, 2 pumps of vanilla syrup, 1 pump of white mocha sauce with a strawberry puree topped with a caramel drizzle, and that bitch better be light ice, or the city is absolutely fucked. Once you do that, it's all downhill from there, but the rest of the citizenry still needs protecting, I guess. The roadblock fucked with the bridge, so the 4th downtown hero, Brick House, is requesting our assistance holding it up. But it's not only superheroes who need our help, it's also time we start getting our hands dirty with super villains. The person distributing the tech is Mr. Fist, and the super villain, Smile More, is trying to brainwash the citizenry from the radio station. But the citizens aren't taking this lying down either. The Neighborhood Watch is tackling the Red Ring too. Once you've dealt with all of that, while also trying to weaken Sonar or Coop every chance you get, Roy talks about how the Z-Team is finally at its peak, but they're still having to split off into single-cell teams, and there's no way to make use of their teamwork. That's when Robert realizes this is exactly what Shroud wants, so no one is coming back to rest. If we want any chance of making this happen, we need to throw the rulebook out and do whatever we can to take our advantage. When we get back in, it's not just missions now. Our former teammate starts blowing up parts of the city in earnest. Luckily, we're not alone. If you fail a mission, Blazer will get on the scene and join you as your final hero. And actually, I just want to mention this. If you're doing really well, this will never happen. In fact, if you're doing really, really well, you'll beat Sonar or Coop so fast you won't get to see most of the missions in this dispatch. So if you did do well, don't worry. I got you. The first thing we do is fighting another supervillain, but also Red Ring automatons are going haywire all over the city, just like the Vanderstank automatons were in the previous dispatch, which if you've been paying attention, you realize something. While I have been skipping over the dispatch missions because they really aren't that important in the scope of the game's story, this set of dispatches shows that almost everything we've been doing has been the Red Ring getting ready to take over the city. The kaiju, the Vanderstank, the bots, the sewer bombs, it's all been leading up to this, which when you go back is really cool, but when you're going through it the first time, just makes it feel kind of scattered. That being said, from this point on, most of the missions in the final bit are not as related. As like I said, you could beat Sonar or Coop almost immediately. In fact, there's probably a lot of extra missions that if you had failed in previous dispatches, one example is you can befriend the mole people in one of the dispatches, but if you fail, there'll be a mission you need to take care of now. However, there are still some missions that are important, and one of those missions is helping the final member of the downtown branch SDN, Equilibrium. And if you complete it, they will let us know what Red Ring is planning, and that's a full head-on attack on our SDN branch. But that's not all. There will be one final bomb we need to take care of, and the ultimate hack. It turns out Mindfuck has been inside SDN servers, and we need to get him out. When we take care of both of these, we'll get a scene you can only have if you take long enough and you don't cut Visi, and that's her leaving to come back to the SDN branch.
Oh, shit. Gotta go.
And then very quickly after that, we'll either beat our old teammate or we'll lose. And well, turns out losing doesn't really do anything either, so that's good. Whether you win or lose, the power at the SDN branch will go out. And Robert and Royd will have shit they need to make sure of. Robert checks out Chase, and Royd goes to his lab. We see that Chase's medical equipment is still attached and working, but we hear something going on back in Royd's lab. When we race back, we see him fighting with Visi. Well, we see him fighting nothing, but that nothing is Visi. When Robert asks what the fuck is going on, Royd says that Visi is here trying to steal Robert's mech. Royd is genuinely hurt. He trusted Visi, and you can tell when he says that, Visi doesn't feel good about losing it. Royd will tie her up and show us the Astropulse, the real one. When we see it, it makes Visi look ashamed. Royd says she brought it to steal the mech to fuck us over, but Visi denies this. She says she's trying to help us and we're going to need her because we don't know what's coming. This is when we see on the monitors that Red Ring has arrived at the building and is taking everyone in the branch hostage. Royd believes that Visi brought them here, and while we're not talking about the rest of the claims leveled at her yet, that one is a stretch. We know from Shroud that Visi hid the pulse from us and him, so at the very least, it's unlikely that she brought them to the branch. Royd sees them coming on the monitor and says we need to get the power back online. And we can make a suggestion, but it's ultimately useless.
They have jammers up. You're not going to be able to call out or call in. That's why this place isn't already swarming with heroes.
You sure know a lot about the plan for someone not involved.
Look, they tried to recruit me. Of course they did. But I said no.
Royd let us know where the Mecha Man suit is and heads out to get the power back on. And we get to have a chat with Visi. Visi tells us to untie her, but Robert wants to know why she didn't tell us that she had the Astropulse. She says that she didn't give it to us to protect us. She says that if she had given Robert the pulse, then Shroud would have it already. And to her credit, she's not wrong. Visi's the only reason Shroud doesn't have the pulse yet. She's the one who pocketed it before Shroud took the briefcase. And if she had given us the pulse when Shroud beat the shit out of us in the bar, we would have it on us, and then he would have it. So she's not wrong. These pieces of evidence could also support the claim that she was trying to steal the suit. Whether either of these are her actual purpose remains to be seen. Visi says she did what she did to protect Robert, but Robert does make a good point. He doesn't feel so protected, as Shroud had him beaten half to death, as well as almost shooting him. Next, we see one of the Red Ring on the monitor, and he's heading this way. Visi wants Robert to untie her, and there's an important line she says here that I'll be talking about later, so remember it.
You don't have powers. You need my help. Just let me help.
At which time you can untie her or go at it alone. If you untie her, she will help you when it comes to it. If you leave her tied up, she'll call out to the bad guy when you're right behind him.
Hey, Thumbstick! Behind you!
Now, this is probably one of the most seemingly inexcusable things she's done so far. She's claiming how dangerous and what a killer this guy is, and she tries to warn him. But I have a take on this situation, and it requires explaining what happens if you untie her. Visi doesn't immediately become untied if you choose the option to untie her, as all you give her are safety scissors. She's still able to get herself free in time to shoot him though. I know how she frees herself. I'm just not going to tell you yet. But the tool you supply her with is not going to be what she uses to free herself. So my justification for her warning Thumbstick is that she was fucking with us because we wouldn't untie her. But if you keep her on your team and you do not untie her, she will be standing there with a gun the same as if you'd untie her. So she was ready to shoot him no matter what. She just didn't shoot him for you because you kept her tied up. But she would have if things would have gotten too bad. I still think it's pretty fucking inexcusable, but to be fair, leaving her tied up in the current situation is also pretty fucking inexcusable from her perspective. So if you did that, fuck you. It's also important to point out that if you've been treating her like shit this whole game and you don't untie her, she won't be there. Stings, don't it? Anyway, if Visi is still there with you, she won't be for long because she's going to go fight the Red Ring and we're going to go off to get our mech. Next, we'll see Royd out there fighting. That is until Mecha Man comes to the party. We're greeted by a couple of familiar faces, Toxic and Noodle Arm Guy. When Toxic does see you though, there is one line that is important that I want you to remember for later.
Obviously, the suit doesn't work without the astral pulse, so it is really nice of you to bring it to us.
There's one other thing he will say that can confirm something I said earlier. If you drop Toxic out of your balcony window and you call him trash, he will confirm what I said at the beginning, that he did all of that on purpose. That he tricked Robert into bringing him to his apartment. Besides that, it's just a bit of banter until the main act arrives, Shroud. Shroud has a giant mech of his own, and not just that, it seems to be amplifying his prediction powers, which is a problem, because when Mecha Man engages in a fight with him, it doesn't go very well. No matter which moves you use, Shroud will still predict them, or more aptly, his suit will predict them. Then we see his suit light spasm, and Blonde Blazer comes in just to get caught out of the sky. Shroud tells her she's late and he expected her to be there 30 seconds ago. He then goes on to gloat that the world is so boring when there are no surprises. To which Blazer explodes in a ray of light because it's one of Prism's copies, which surprises him, go figure. Then Flambe hits him with a couple of fireballs and then the real Blazer punches him through the smoke. Enter the Z team. They all fight Shroud, but do only marginally better than Robert was doing. Visi will also help, no matter what she's done before this. From there, the fight with Shroud continues. That is, until we're interrupted by an old friend. Sonar Coop will come and take us away from fighting Shroud so that they can take care of us themselves. And I mean, it's fucking sad. We never wanted it to come to this, and it's unfortunate there wasn't another way. But that doesn't make it any less sad. So I'd like to talk about each person here for a minute. Coupe is an assassin. She's built for either hero work or villain work. That's not to say that she had to become a villain after we fired her. But even when cutting her, Robert and Blazer said,
if I'm honest, she still feels a little...
evil?
Yeah.
And why the fuck would they think that she would do any better out there than on the Z team? And I'm gonna level with you. Between her and Sonar, I know why you cut her, and she does too. And it stings. You cut her, but Sonar's ability to turn her into a bat is a hindrance. His flight, if you get it, isn't consistent, but he's cute, he's fuzzy, he's funny, and you like him more as a person. Coupe knows that. She says it herself.
You fire me, a literal assassin, for some moronic bumfuck bat boy?
And you did. It doesn't matter that if it was up to you, you wouldn't have cut either. When you chose to keep either Coupe or Sonar, you chose Sonar. And the line that stings the most is,
I thought I had friends, but you made me realize I never actually did.
And that hits very close to home too, because Robert doesn't have any friends outside of SDN, and all he can do is be a hero. If they dropped Robert the same time they dropped Coop, who knows where he'd be? No mecha, no heroics, no friends, just a small studio apartment with nothing more than a lawn chair. All the lights would be gone, and you wouldn't have the couch to sleep on. And that's what happened to Coupe. And instead of Blonde Blazer coming to save her, it was Shroud. As for Sonar, he does stock trading. He proposed business ideas to Vanderstank. He is incredibly intelligent, and like I said, look at him. He's just a fuzzy little guy. So why does he fall to Shroud? And the reason for that is simple.
My name's Victor. because I'm a fucking winner.
Sonar's fall from grace is tragic in a different way from Coupe's, in the sense that we took everything from her and she wants revenge. For Sonar, we took the only thing he cares about, and that's being a winner. Cutting him made him a loser, and his ego can't handle the bruise. While Coupe wants to make you pay for what you took from her, Sonar wants to prove to you that he's not a loser. This is all reinforced in the dispatch we just did. I didn't mention it, but they have lines that express their grievances with Robert, and both Coupe and Sonar refer to Blazer as mom, and Sonar also refers to Robert as dad. It's just unfortunate that this is where they end up, but no matter how unfortunate it is, it ends here. Once you've defeated them, Shroud isn't finished with Mecha Man yet. After more fighting, Blazer will come to help, but Shroud's robot shudders again, knowing she's coming, and blasts her back into the SDN building. This enrages Robert, though to little effect. He still can't get ahead of Shroud's robot. And right when Shroud is charging up his final shot to kill us with the same blast he used to send Phenomenon into fucking orbit and Blazer into SDN, he gets fucking headshot by Chase. Blazer realized if Shroud knew everything about them, then she'd have to do something no one knew anything about. She removed the amulet that gave her powers and gave it to Chase, in the hopes that Shroud wouldn't be able to predict that, and she was right. Chase gets a hold of the prediction core of the machine, and without being able to predict every single move, he doesn't stand a chance against the full force of the Z-Team. The final barrage of the attacks is the culmination of everything you have done at SDN. Everyone works together to bring their attacks to bear against Shroud in a new way, and while Shroud in the beginning was shown to still be a major threat even without the mech, in his mech, he's no match for Z-Team at their current level. And almost to show how routine their victory is now, we get to hear the song that plays whenever you're doing a dispatch. Just another day at work. The battle ends with Shroud's mech getting destroyed and the team celebrating, but just because they've won the battle doesn't mean they've won the war. Shroud has taken Beef hostage, and while I love my dogs very much and would do almost anything for them, it did take me out of it significantly that the entire Z-Team was willing to let Shroud win to save this obese chihuahua with maybe a year before it dies of a fucking heart attack. My gripes aside, this is enough to halt the Z-Team in their tracks. God, it's so dumb. Shroud demands are simple. The Z-Team surrenders and Robert hands over the Astro Pulse, or the dog gets it. This is when Shroud, look at him, he doesn't even know what's going on. This is when Shroud begins to explain that he knows everything that was going to happen. How he knew that you would fall for either Visi or Blazer or both. How you would take Visi under your wing, which is perfect for him, because he is the one who had Visi join your team. And while we could try and deny this, thinking that it's some kind of trick Shroud is playing, one of his goons gives Visi her mask and she walks away from the rest of the Z-Team. This makes several pieces fall into place. I told you there was a mole, and Shroud's revealing it was Visi. She disappears without another word, which leaves Robert exactly where he just was, still face to face with Shroud. Shroud wants the pulse and tells Robert not to fuck with him because he's been through the game theory on this moment 1,000 times. And he's right. If you give him the real pulse, he knows. And if you give him the fake pulse, he knows. So let's talk about what happens if you do either of those first. Shroud will inevitably get the pulse and plug it into himself. This will power up him immensely, as well as all of his goons. And once he's won, he'll say,
I see it. It's suddenly so clear. If I let you live, my odds of survival decrease exponentially. Sorry, kid.
So no matter how good his predictions are, no matter how advanced his weaponry gets, he knows that he will never truly win unless he kills Robert. But before we talk about what happens next, let's talk about what happens if you give him both. If you give him both, he'll ask,
what the fuck is this, Robert?
And it leads to one of Robert's best speeches by far.
But I trust my gut and I take my best guess, just like you used to do. Before you plugged all those fucking Christmas lights into your head. Before you were afraid to make your own decisions, Elliot.
And then Shroud, not being able to overcome his own ego, guesses. When he puts the pulse in, he gets the same power up if you gave him the right pulse. There's just a small difference. That's right, he guesses wrong.
and in his rage of guessing wrong, he'll shoot Robert. Now, what happens next depends on whether you believe villains deserve redemption. If you do, then you'll have instilled heroism into the Z team, and maybe most importantly of all, into Visi. You'll have treated her with respect and allowed her to see herself more than she thinks destiny has in store for her. She'll see herself as a hero, and instead of the bullet hitting you, it'll hit an invisible Visi who takes a bullet for Robert. If you didn't believe in her though, instead of treating her like she had the potential to be something greater, you treated her like the villain you always knew that she was, then Shroud will never get a shot off. Visi murders Shroud before he ever gets the chance. She pulls out the knife and stabs him in the throat, dropping the line,
"What's the matter, Shroud? Didn't see that coming."
Robert will stand there shocked at what he's seeing, to which she'll give him a wink, throw him the astropulse, and disappear, taking Shroud's mask with her. If Visi instead took a bullet for you, Shroud will be stunned, and Robert will be enraged and jump on him, starting to beat the fuck out of him. At this moment, you have a choice. Do you kill Shroud or do you spare him? And like other choices, there is a right one. Once that's over, we get to see the aftermath of the fight. Everyone is cleaning up after the Red Ring's invasion, and if you believed in Visi, she'll be taken out on a stretcher to get her wound looked at. And if not, she'll be gone. This can lead to a kiss from her if you romanced her. I'm so sorry, Malevola. Season 2, I promise. And then you go talk to Blazer. When you do that, whoever you cut from the team is getting hauled away by the police. And Blazer gives Robert a choice. Either let them go to jail or let them rejoin the Z team. And some people think that letting them rejoin after all they've done is absolutely atrocious. I'm not one of them. The reality is, what Robert has to do is ask himself, would they commit a crime again if they were on the Z team? And would they do more good by being on the Z team than going to jail? And we don't have to ask. We can see how much good they do if you don't cut them. It's clear they should be on the Z team. And if you want to go on a triad about how they deserve a punishment for their crimes, sure, maybe. But I want my bat and I want my assassin waifu. If it's Robert's call on whether or not they should be on the Z team, the answer is an obvious fucking yes. I'm not saying you don't have a good reason if you don't forgive them, but look at how everything turns out and how cutting them has changed their lives. It's obvious they belong on the team. After that, you have a conversation with Blazer about everything that happened. If you killed Shroud, she asks if it felt good. If Visi killed Shroud, she'll ask what we think is going to happen with her next. And if we romanced Blazer, well...
Any plans tonight?
You're asking me if I have plans for after getting ambushed by Shroud and the Red Ring?
Was that too weird a way of asking if you wanted to make out later?
No.
And get the best shot of her ass in the game in those sport pants. And that's it, really. That's the story. It ends in a group photo and, well, there's something off. Now, this might just be me, but I've tried to create the feeling of tension here at the end that I felt when I first beat the game. The feeling that I'm just kind of gliding through it, that it's a dream. It's not really over. Or at least I must have missed something. I said in the opening that when I beat the game, I got this feeling in the pit of my stomach that something was wrong, that I had missed something. Visi had been lying to us. That much is clear. Or is it? Maybe the lie wasn't what we think it is. What if Visi really is a villain? I mean, there is an outcome where she could literally kill Shroud and take his mask, and it just kept nagging at me. I played the game probably a dozen times from start to finish. It was eating me up inside. There are still so many unanswered questions, or I should say, there were. Yes, Invisigal is at the heart of the pit in my stomach. She ultimately ends up betraying Shroud one way or another, but that doesn't change the fact that she lied to Blazer and to Robert. I personally believed in her the whole game, but I was wrong. Whether or not she acts heroic in the end does not change that Visi was working with Shroud the whole time. Or was she? If she was working with Shroud the whole time, then why remove the pulse from the case? Was she actually just in it for herself? Then why does Shroud let Visi walk away when he gets the pulse? That's the question, isn't it? Who is Visi, and what was she doing the whole time? Is this the girl that I believed in Invisigal? Is she Shroud's henchman, Invisibitch? Or is she only in it for Courtney? We have so much more knowledge than we did at the beginning, and now we can begin to fill in the blanks and figure out what her motivations are and begin filling in that Visi-sized pit inside of us, for better or worse. So where to begin? There are so many questions that need answering, statements that need validating,
actions that need to be explained and put into context. So again, where to begin? And I think the best place to start is not with Visi, but with Shroud. As of right now, he's a prediction god. Every interaction we've had with him has been one-sided, with him almost always gaining the upper hand and always predicting whatever was about to happen, down to the last detail. Or have they? Because if they did, then the amount of lying and backstabbing Visi did towards Robert and Blazer is likely at the highest possible amount. Why? Because if he can predict everything, then everything she did would be as he predicted. So the first question we need to answer is, how good is Shroud at predicting things? Which means we need to look at his predictions under a magnifying glass, because his predictions seem near clairvoyant. I'm going to tackle the two most impressive uses of his prediction powers, and then apply them to all other scenarios. The first is at the bar. This prediction is insane. When Shroud is talking with Robert, his mask pulses with light and he moves to the side and the door blasts past him. The fact that he was able to predict the exact second that Blazer would arrive and what she would do when she got there and move out of the way is just straight clairvoyance. It's part of the reason I thought she might have been a mole, because of how perfectly timed it was. Unless it's something else. But what else could it be? Well, we'll have to look at how he uses his predictions in battle in the suit, which leads us to tackle the other impressive prediction, and that's when he finishes Robert's sentence.
Hey, can we just skip this part? I don't need to know what you would have done if I didn't stop you, which I'm about to do.
This again seems like near clairvoyance, but there is a slight difference between what the machine does and what the mask does in the bar. What I mean by that is when the coil is removed from the machine by Chase, Shroud can no longer predict things on such a massive scale. So when the full brunt of the Z team is attacking him, even though he still has his mask, he is nearly powerless to fend them off. This leads me to believe that the coil Chase is holding powers the machine's predictions, and that finishing Robert's sentence is a prediction connected to the machine's capabilities, not Shroud's. You can see in the machine when Robert's fighting, it's not necessarily predicting what it's going to do, it knows what moves he's going to make as he's making them, and then counters accordingly. It's the difference between being able to fight with your eyes closed or not. For example, if you could predict the future, you could fight with your eyes closed. However, while a boxer on the level of Muhammad Ali can dodge attacks like he was reading the future, he's just able to see what they're doing and act accordingly. Shroud does have great prediction powers, but it's not clairvoyance, and his mech needs to be able to see what his opponent is doing in order to react. We can actually see it here when he has the prism hologram of Blonde Blazer in his hands. She will disappear, followed by Flambe hitting him with fireballs leaving smoke, so that the real Blazer can hit him without triggering his prediction ability. So Shroud definitively cannot fight with his eyes closed, so it's not clairvoyance and it's not perfect prediction. He takes in as many factors as he can in the immediate area and then predicts it. So going back to when he finishes Robert's sentence, Robert will have gotten through half of his sentence by the time the machine pulsates and decides how Robert is going to end that sentence. If it was fully clairvoyant or had perfect predictions, then he wouldn't have needed to wait until Robert began to speak. He could have instead, after you picked your dialogue, said what Robert was going to say before he had even said a word. So we learned two things here. The machine amps up his ability to predict immensely, and even with the insane level of prediction powers, he still needs to see what is coming to be able to predict it. So how does that explain how he predicts Blonde Blazer busting through the door? Well, we need one more little thing before we can answer that, and that's to observe what happens when he gets the Astral Pulse. When he gets the Astral Pulse, he gets a huge power boost, but not just for himself. Every single person who has his augments gets it too, and you could see them power up. And if he picks wrong, you could see them power up and then puke out their guts. What this means is that Shroud has a direct link with all of the people using his augments. How does that explain what happens with Blazer in the bar? Well, the guy she slams through the door, that's the bouncer. His eye would serve as a de facto camera for Shroud, warning him a fraction of a second before she blasts through the door. This is how he knew she was coming. So what does this mean? It means his predictions are flawed at best. In fact, that's obvious from the beginning of the game, but we had to rule out these two perfect predictions in order to make that definitive statement. Just to quickly point out one of the flawed predictions, he predicted your suit in the first episode had 28% power left, but Toxic said that when it had 29%.
I said 40%, but Boss Man says you're down to 28. and he is not wrong about this thing.
That doesn't seem like a big deal, but if he had perfect predictions, why the fuck didn't he just say 29%? It's a hint in the very first few minutes of the game that Shroud's predictions, while good, aren't perfect. This has a very important effect, and that's that not everything happens in a cat and mouse like game Shroud is playing. It means that back in the warehouse, Visi could have legitimately stolen the pulse, and he wasn't accounting for that. It makes it seem like he was when he lets her go, but it doesn't prove that she was. And since we now have a reasonable case that things aren't always the way Shroud's predicting them to be, we can start to figure out Visi. And the best way to do that is to go through her story. Now, I'm gonna make a seemingly reckless assertion, and it's that Visi never once lies to Robert. That's a powerful assertion, I know, especially when we have evidence of her lying, or at least we think we do. There are two statements that seem like a lie, but with the evidence we have, we can at least come up with a reasonable story that she was not lying. The first story she tells us is about when she met us. She says that she planted a bomb on Mecha Man's back, left Shroud's group, her augment stopped working, and she joined the Phoenix program the very next day. I am asserting that she didn't lie, but Shroud's statement that he had her join the Phoenix program seemingly contradicts the one that she made that she's quitting. So how can I say that she's not lying? Am I saying he is? No, I believe Shroud is also telling the truth here. But before we can get to that, there are two more things we need to look at so I can explain how she's not lying and neither is Shroud. The next statement I want to look at is the one made here. When asked how she knows so much about the plan, she responds,
Look, they tried to recruit me. Of course they did. But I said no.
Again, seemingly a clear lie. She worked with Shroud on some level, so she didn't say no. Or did she? There's one more piece of evidence I want to look at before we move on, and it's this. This photo was taken when Visi turned herself in. She was not arrested. She was not captured. She turned herself in. Notice anything off about this photo and that story? Here, what if I put these two pictures side by side? If you look at the picture to the left, this is what she looked like the day she quit Shroud's gang. And the picture to the right is her the very next day. Do you begin to understand what may have happened? If not, let's go over the statements again. In the lab, Visi says the Red Ring tried to recruit her and she said no. The implication that we are led to believe is that they tried to recruit her after she joined the Phoenix program and she refused to work with them. But that's all it is, implied. She never said when they tried to recruit her, and she never said whether they forced her to do it anyways. I'm saying that after she planted the bomb, she did quit and then tried to join the Phoenix program, just like she said in the locker room. But in between quitting and joining, Shroud tries to recruit her again, and she does say no. The problem is he or someone in his gang beats the shit out of her, and that's why the day she joins, she already has a black eye. Think about it. We see her without a black eye the very day prior to joining. She had to get the black eye from somewhere. And if we choose to believe Visi is not lying, all of these pieces fit together. For now, this shows that Visi went along with Shroud's plan under duress. And we have more evidence that Visi isn't lying as well. And that's that her augment doesn't work. Now, you might think that she's able to hold her breath for quite a long time, and that's a reasonable critique that her augment is working. However, we have definitive proof that her augment doesn't work. And we get that if you give Shroud both pulses. If you give him both pulses and he chooses wrong and pukes, it's not just him who pukes. Every single person with one of his augments ends up puking. Every single one, except for Visi. The logical conclusion to that statement is that Visi's augments don't work. I think personally, this is why she takes the mask in the end, because it likely controls everyone's augments and she can reactivate hers with it. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We now have a timeline that matches everything both Shroud and Visi have told us that seemingly contradicted each other. And without adding anything we can't already see happen in the game. So right now we have an understanding that Visi was going along with Shroud's plans, but under duress. We'll revisit both of the moments Visi talked later, But for now, I'm going to move on to the next point in the chronological timeline, and that's when Visi meets Robert for the first time. When I talked about this when it first happened, I spoke about Visi having been in the room already here, as well as taking Blazer's earrings to look more attractive. Not that she needs to, you know what I'm saying? If you end up romancing Visi, you'll also know that Shroud wanted Robert to fall for her. So does that mean that her entire relationship with us was a lie from the beginning? No. Telling Visi to seduce Robert and making her fall in love with Robert are two very different things. Her putting on the earrings is how someone with her charisma would go about seducing someone. She insults Robert, makes crass jokes, and while yes, it's hitting my dopamine receptors in all of the right ways, it's not a world-class seductress in action. Next, we should talk about lightning struck. The question is, was Visi helping him or not? I think there's an argument to be made either way. Just to discuss it a bit, there are three ways of looking at it. One, Shroud was a puppet master pulling her strings, making sure his wanted score goes up so that she can catch him in the end. But I think that plays too much into Shroud having godlike prediction powers. So the second way of looking at it is that it was all a coincidence. This also feels wrong. What are the odds that she lets him escape twice, refuse to help in a mission he's part of, and then catching him puts her 1 point above the other two people at the lowest spot in the leaderboard on the team? I think the most reasonable answer is a middle ground between these two answers. I think Visi did her best in the donut shop. I don't think Shroud had anything to do with that mission. It's why Visi gets so mad at Robert afterwards. It's one of her best missions and he yells at her. It's why she looks sad after he's gone. It's only when the team finds out cuts are happening that Shroud ends up making a plan to keep her on the team. If they raise Lightning Struck's wanted level enough and then she catches him, she can stay on the team. There's a problem though.
Cool. You think the SDN can be bribed? Maybe this whole leaderboard thing goes away.
Bribes? Doubtful. But how do you think they feel about menacing threats? Desperate fucks.
Sonar and Coop really want to be heroes, and she feels bad winning and getting one of them kicked off. So she decides to say fuck it. She would rather get kicked than stay for whatever Shroud promised her. This is the point in time when I think she starts to divest herself from Shroud's plans. She sees herself in the program as a joke. She has villain powers. I'm not going to reiterate everything I said before, but it's Robert that convinces her to stay in the program, to try and be a hero. And so when she goes to catch Thunderstruck and ends up staying in the program, she is genuinely happy. Not because it's a part of Shroud's plans, but because it was her decision to go do that. And just to prove that her like for Robert wasn't fake, I mean, well, you know. And that changes a lot for her. She now doesn't just want to be a hero, she wants Robert. These developments are working in Shroud's favor, but not because Visi is flawlessly executing, it's because she genuinely starts developing feelings for him. That's the guilt in her eyes in the movie theater, but it's hard for her because she knows this is what Shroud wants. And I mentioned the background music when I talked about the scene. Well, what I failed to mention is that the words that precede "I want you to feel the way I do," that don't ever actually play during the scene, but are the words in the song nonetheless, are, "And if you knew the truth, would you always be there?" Like, come on. Talk about hitting the nail on the head. She even talks about the movie having a couple where they both have a secret.
Then he realizes her secret, but it turns out he has a secret too, which could ruin it.
Like, seriously, the scene is full of symbolism and red herrings. It's crazy. This isn't just Shroud's plan and motions, it's Visi genuinely falling for Robert. And I think she looked at her phone because Shroud texted her, but I don't think she responded. I think whether Robert dates her or not, she completely divests from him. And I have proof, because we can see the repercussions of this. When everyone goes to the bar to party, this is what Noodle Arm wants Visi. She likely stopped giving updates to Shroud and needs to talk to her. What I'm saying perfectly explains how and why the Red Ring Lieutenant would try and bring Visi into talk now. Even though Visi is supposed to be an SDN undercover, it's because she stopped checking in. Finally, we reach one of the harder to explain scenes that took a lot more figuring out. Visi invites everyone over to Robert's house because she wants to try and find the pulse. And I said then what I still believe now. If Visi's the mole, nothing about that night makes sense. I said it all before, but I'll reiterate it again. If Visi wanted Shroud to know where the pulse was, she didn't have to do anything. If Visi wanted the pulse, she didn't have to tell Shroud. So then what happened? The answer? Mindfucker.
Yo, Red Ring's infiltrated the comms. Someone's messing with our systems.
And you might be saying, what? In the final dispatch mission, the SDN network is confirmed to be compromised by a villain named Mindfucker. What does that have to do with Shroud knowing about the pulse? Well, let's look in Robert's apartment, because you can see the mole in plain sight. That's right, it was Royd. Not as in, Royd was the mole, but Royd brought the mole. Robert's computer is the mole for Shroud. And if you think this is a bit of a stretch, I want to point out that the point in which Mindfucker hacked into SDN was literally during the dispatch mission that happened right before the party. In the mission Cyberbully, Galen says,
Robert, some asshole keeps hacking into my notes app. He's fucking with all my stand-up comedy material. Also, I think they have access to our secure servers.
So literally, the dispatch before they all meet up in Robert's house, a Red Ring lieutenant hacks into SDN's secure servers, and in the final dispatch, it's proven he still has access through all of their communication. That's the mole. And the reason Visi raced in was because she knew there was a strong chance that if they knew where it was, Shroud would know where it was. And it's why she was so adamant they had to go tonight. It's why she told Chase that he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. She wanted to tell everyone they had to go, but she couldn't. If she did, she would have to admit that she was at one point working for Shroud as a spy in SDN, and that would jeopardize everything she's worked for. And once she had the pulse in hand, she took it out of the briefcase when the lights went out because she knew Shroud would be there. Well then, why did Shroud try to kill her if they were working together? He tried to kill her because her usefulness runs out once he has the pulse. She already tried to quit once, and we don't know what he promised her, but he's already been shown that he'll sacrifice one of his henchmen to serve his purposes. Visi has knowledge of Shroud's actions, but she can't explain that to anyone without explaining why. So she acts on that knowledge to counter him, trying as hard as she can to protect her place in the Z team, and Robert as well. Then when she gets a suspension and the team votes her off, it stings. It stings immensely. So she goes to leave. She feels responsible for Chase. She feels like the team doesn't want her, and she feels like she's betraying them every step of the way. So she comes clean, at least in part. She tells Robert that she used to work for Shroud. She doesn't tell you that she's still working for Shroud, because it would put her in further jeopardy than it already has. But she tells you enough so that you can hate her for what she did, because she thinks she deserves it. There's one specific discussion point I want to talk about though, and that's at the point about her not giving us the pulse. First, she doesn't lie to Robert about not getting the pulse. She says,
Nothing I do will ever make up for what I've already done to you. I'd hoped getting the astral pulse back would help, but I couldn't even do that.
She got it, but not back to you. She couldn't give it back to you because Chase was right. During the party, Chase said,
Robert doesn't need to keep going out there with no powers, putting his life on the line to make up for assholes like you. He doesn't need to be Mecha Man to be a hero.
And when she tried to get the pulse, Chase proved he was right. Chase had literally just warned her that Robert would have done the same, and proved he knew what the fuck he was talking about. Visi understands that now. She knows that giving the pulse to Robert means that he will fight as Mecha Man, slowly killing himself like Chase just did to save her. I also think she thought that Shroud would come after her, not him. But if she gave Robert the pulse, then he would have gone after him. So in order to protect him, she just didn't want to give it to him. Which leads us to the scenes in the final chapter. What was Visi trying to do by going to Royd's lab with the Astropulse? Simply put, she was trying to steal the mecha. Oh, big reveal. But why? Was she after power? Was she stealing it for Shroud? Why did I go so far to explain all of her actions if she was trying to steal the suit all along? Well, actually, you already know the answer.
This is great. Obviously, the suit doesn't work without the astral pulse, so it is really nice of you to bring it to us.
There you have it. The reason she wants to steal the suit, Toxic, the Red Ring, Shroud, they all know that the only way to power the Mecha Man suit is with the Astro Pulse. And so let's do a thought experiment. If Visi gets into the Mecha Man suit, powers it up and runs away, what happens? Does Shroud lay siege to the base? No.
Because Shroud killed him. Like he's gonna kill you. And all your friends. Or just give us the pulse and we'll let you live.
he and all of Red Ring give chase because they don't give a fuck about SDN. They want the pulse. So Visi is here to steal the suit, but for the exact reason she said, to help them. So why didn't Visi just give it to Robert so he could do that? 2 reasons. 1, Robert doesn't have powers. Giving him the pulse would just mean putting him in harm's way again, and she doesn't want to do that. Or she already would have. 2, if Robert flies away in the suit, Shroud wouldn't follow. While Shroud doesn't care about SDN, Robert does, and he would fight to his dying breath to protect it. So if she gives him the pulse and he goes in the Mecha Man suit, it goes counter to both of her objectives. Shroud wouldn't expect Visi to be running to protect SDN. He'd expect her to run to take the suit for herself. She literally says it herself.
You don't have powers. You need my help. Just let me help.
She can't see Robert go out there alone again. By the way, the reason she can escape is because she has the knife she uses to kill Shroud on her right now. That's why she doesn't need Robert's help to escape, but she doesn't want him to know that, so she doesn't try and escape immediately. Moving to the final fight, we see the final confrontation with Shroud. He's winning right up until Chase takes his super prediction matrix. After that, it's over for him, but he gets beef, makes Robert surrender, and then lets Invisigal go. But why? If it's obvious she's no longer on his team, why would he do that? Because Shroud's a fucking egomaniac idiot. And no, I don't mean he's unintelligent. I mean he can't take a hit to his ego. While he's gloating, he actually believes that he predicted everything that happened. When we've seen several times how flawed his predictions are. You don't believe me? Just look at this.
Maybe we wait till we get home?
Shut the fuck up!
He's won at that point. When we give him both astral pulses, he has won. In fact, all he had to do was go home with them, and then this ending would become the only outcome where SDN loses. But what does he do? He fucking puts the wrong one into his head without knowing, and everything falls to shit. You really think he's willing to admit he predicted Visi would do all that shit, but he was wrong? Almost all of the hype around Shroud and his ultimate prediction powers come from Shroud's mouth. It's more important to him that everyone thinks he's right.
Feel that, you fucking fucks? I told you! I fucking told you, Clouds!
That's the reason he lets her go, even though all the evidence of what she's done has been to the contrary. Which leads us to our final point. Everything I've said up until this point has been a secret she's kept from everyone she cares about. Chase has always suspected this.
You think you're invisible, but I fucking see you.
It's why he hates her more than the rest. She was forced to join the team by Shroud. She started to want to be a hero even though she was still working for Shroud. She started fighting against Shroud even though she couldn't tell anyone what she was doing, or they would never trust her again. If Robert believes in her, despite all of the secrets she's kept, she will see herself as a hero and take a bullet for him. If Robert shows her disdain, her feelings for him and the team don't change. However, her feelings about herself will. And for that, she'll look for someone to blame. And whose fault is it? Shroud. Make no mistake, she kills Shroud to save Robert from getting shot. But Shroud robbed her of her chance to be a hero, and she makes sure he reaps what he has sown. This is Visi's story. This answers all of the questions I had when I finished the game, which leads us to the final note of the game. Visi has, for all this time, borne the cross of her past mistakes. If she's forced to carry that cross into the end of the game, she'll nail Shroud to it, becoming the true villain everyone believes her to be. But if you save her, she'll take a bullet for you. But this gives Robert his biggest choice in the game, to kill or spare Shroud. I said there was a right answer, and there is. And I've said before, more often than not, the right answer is the one no one wants to take. The Phoenix program is all about giving villains a second chance. It's about seeing the good in them that maybe no one else does. Shroud is a piece of shit, but he keeps his word and gives you back your dog. And he respects Blazer as a true hero. While he is almost irredeemable, he's not fully there. Even in his last moments, Robert can taunt him by giving him both pulses. He will ultimately fail the test and pick the wrong pulse. However, he tried to be a human, relying on his own instincts one last time. He put Visi and Robert through hell. He's killed Robert's father, and he's done nothing but cause chaos all over the city. But he's also shown that there's still something inside of him worth saving. And while I would kill him 10 out of 10 times, Robert Robertson, the dispatcher for the Z team, would not. Holy shit! Oh, that was a lot of video. This is one of my longest videos ever. I remember seeing this game when it was first teased at the Game Awards, and I thought it looked so fucking good. I had to play it. And that was only when it was a management simulation game. It's one of the few games recently where I kept checking when it was going to come out. As I played, I fucking loved it. It also reminded me of why I hate being up to date with media like this. The fandom sucks because spoilers are everywhere. Lucky for me, I was refreshing my Steam page when they came out, so I played them the day they came out. It was so good. As for the content of this video, I make it a rule never to watch anything anyone else creates anymore, especially when it pertains to a video I'm making. So if there's a common consensus I missed, please put it in the comments down below. But the reason I missed it isn't because I'm ignoring it, it's because I didn't see it. All of these ideas are something that I've gotten after playing this game for hundreds of hours. I try to make my videos unique, and not knowing what other people are talking about helps me do that to the best of my abilities. But yeah, I just love this game so much, and I'm not kidding when I said I hated the feeling I had when I beat it. I fucking couldn't. I literally lost sleep. I remember walking around listlessly for like 3 days before finally deciding I was gonna make a fucking video because I had to figure out what the fuck was happening. Did Visi lie to me the whole time, kind of betrayal way? I wasn't even going to make a video on this game, but the hole was eating me up inside, and I just had to figure out what the fuck Visi was doing the whole game so I could feel good again. And I mean, I think I did, and I do feel good again. But I'm sure people will disagree. I've had some pretty fucking wild takes in past games, I'm not gonna lie. Looking at you, Elden Ring. Anyways, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.